Well, good morning, councillors, and good morning, members of the gallery, and good morning to our viewers on live stream. In opening, I'd like to take this opportunity to pay respects to the Drumble people, the traditional owners of the land on which we meet, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and the elders and communities of all Indigenous nations in Livingstone. This morning we have Pastor Mark from Calvary Christian Church, who's kindly agreed to do the opening prayer for us. So, Pastor Mark, we'll pass over to you. Thank you very much.
Great. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to come today. God, I pray, Lord, for each and every
Thank you so much, Pastor Mark. Okay, we have a full attendance today, so again, welcome councillors. And item 3, there are no leave of absences or apologies. Confirmation of the previous meeting minutes. So first of all, the minutes of the special meeting held on the 8th of September 2020. Can I have a mover and a seconder for the adoption of those things? You moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Friend. All in favour? Thank you. Those against? You voting against, Councillor? Okay. Councillor Hutton's voting against. Sorry, moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Friend. Did you wish your vote to count? Okay. So you got that one, Justine? Yes. All right. So minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 15th of September 2020. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved Councillor Lynch. Thank you. Seconded Councillor Mather. Thank you. All in favour? Thank you. Those against? Carried. And finally, the minutes of the special meeting held on the 12th of October 2020. Can I have a mover and a second, please? Moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Friend.
Mr. Chair, I just have to declare I haven't come across those minutes in here. I'll have to refrain
from voting.
I guess, yeah.
Well, your vote then will be counted as a negative, I guess, Councillor. Yep. All right. Apologies. All right. So that all in favour? Any of those against? All right, noting I vote negative, the negative vote for Councillor Bello. Thank you. All right, business arising or outstanding from previous meetings. Item 7. Mr. CEO, can I pass over to you to go through this list? Thank you. Beg your pardon? Declaration of interest, Councillor Mather? Yep. Oh, I'm sorry. Have I skipped one, have I? Oh, my apologies. Sorry. Declaration of interest in matters on the agenda. Any declarations of interest, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have a prescribed interest in 12.6 and we'll leave the room.
Thank you. Any other declarations of interest? No. So noted, Councillor Hutton. Thank you. Item 6. There are no public forums or deputations for this meeting, so we'll move to item 7. And again, business arising or outstanding from previous minutes, and I'll ask the CEO to go through this list. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll ask the 2 executive directors to sit at the table and they can go through those items as they pertain to their areas. We'll go through numerical order and then I'll also address those that are pertinent to my area when we get to them.
by line?
Yep, certainly. So item number 1 on the business outstanding, I hope everyone can hear me okay, is the draft Fig Tree Creek Master Plan. As per the comments, I've got a few more to add in consultation. Consultation will begin December to February on this master plan. It has gone out to some artwork and design to be done and face-to-face engagement planning. There is planned to this stage to take a briefing report to the council table in the 1st of December. The second one is the former Catholic Church building in Marlborough. As per the comments dated the 15th of October, it does contain asbestos. It is in fair condition. However, we're working with facilities in the best way to go forward. A briefing report will be provided to council for discussion of what we do with that facility, knowing there's asbestos, knowing that we're going to have to spend some money to rectify some of the conditions. So I think, through you, Mr. Chair, I think that's very important we do a briefing session on that one and have a discussion on what we do with that asset.
Thank you, Mr. Mazzaferri. This one's been outstanding for quite some time.
That is correct.
So I think council will be fairly keen to have this resolved as soon as we can.
No, fair point, Mr. Mayor. The next one is the inquiry of the Gateway Industrial Lot 24. Number 3. I'm just going through it item by item, Councillor. So the proponent is still working with the state government. As you recall, there was a deputation based on this one to identify funding opportunities and unforeseen due diligence on the project feasibility. I'm happy to take another briefing report to the table to have that discussion of the process. That was in regards to some assistance from state government with that one.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question on that one. That resolution's from the 19th of November last year. Is there a sunset clause when a resolution ceases to be able to be enacted? So, you know, we've now had this piece of property that we've taken off the market for close to 12 months without any use or outcome. I just wondered if at some point our resolution rescinds.
Not that I'm aware of, Councillor Hutton, but I'll defer to the acting CEO on that.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. The short answer, Councillor, is that no, there isn't. So the only way for that resolution to, I suppose, lapse or pass would be for council to have another resolution to basically cease it or to end it in some way. Whether you do that by rescission or by a notice that basically just says that that particular agreement will be null and void.
Okay, that clarified for you, Councillor Hutton. Thank you. All right, back to you, Mr. Mazzaferri.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this one has been, the next item, number 5, has been on the table quite a lengthy period of time. This was negotiation with NBN in regards to Keppel Sands. The update provided from the 15th of October 2020, it is still progressing, and it's progressing due to the fact that a new tower needs to be built. So at the moment it's working with state government and also NBN. And the last paragraph there stipulates delay in construction works provides Council NBN Co with the opportunity to finalise negotiations on the trustee lease and thus avoid the need for infant licensing agreements. Still ongoing, and I am still chasing further updates in regards to that one, Mr. Mayor.
So what's the hold up on this one, Mr. Mazzaferri? As you said, this has been dragging on for a while.
Yeah. So it's negotiations with the NBN company in regards to the installation of the underground electrical cable. We still need to execute the Form 8, and I'm happy to take a briefing report to the table, Mr. Mayor, in regards to have a further conversation about this matter.
Yeah, I think council would generally be supportive of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Over to you.
Through the chair, I'll talk about the 6th item, which is Great Keppel Island Revitalisation Project. So a report was tabled at council meeting on the 15th of September. My understanding is that this matter is now resolved and closed.
So let's be removed from the table, Mr. Acting CEO.
Number 7, would you talk about that, Brett? Scott? So there's number 7, there's a report coming to council today about this one. This is the railway land on James Street.
Sorry, Mr Chair. Back to me in regards to the notice of motion, councillor made overgrown vegetation, and I have some really good news that is now being completed. The window of opportunity opened up long enough for our open spaces crew to get in there and do some mitigation works. Fortunate because it is very much a swamp there, and we were lucky enough to do it. We will continue to monitor it, and we will continue to manage communications with the customer in concern, councillor.
Thank you, I looked the other day, I didn't see too much, but I was very mindful of the rain. And with the rain that we hadn't done it, it'll be another year or more before we get there.
Yep.
So that was my concern.
Yep, thank you. Both.
I can check on it, I just might say to them.
No, that's
Because these have a
yeah.
contact body.
Okay, the next one is the proposed trustee lease to the Yeppoon Inland Association. The update provided is from the 15th of October. The Yeppoon Inland Association will meet Council's legal costs in the preparation and negotiate the draft trustee lease. Council has provided the association with estimated costs of legal representation and is waiting confirmation of the association's acceptance of these costs. The association is currently preparing examples of existing structures to provide to the state assessment and referral agency for further pre-lodgement advice. Nothing further to add on that one.
Just a question, Mr Mayor. Dave, do I take it that we're taking responsibility for our own legal advice, and we've asked the Inland Association whether they're going to do the same, and have we given them an estimate of what they might expect? Because I know they're not flush, so I just don't know what's coming back and how we would proceed beyond this point.
I will take that question on notice. I'm not sure whether they've given them an estimate or not, but I will find out today and I'll get back to you by the end of this meeting.
This was the problem that the members were having. They had nothing they could hang their hat on as far as what it was going to cost them to proceed with this whole plan.
Sorry, no,
We're not covering their costs.
we're not covering our costs. They're covering their costs, yes. But to answer the second part of the question, I'll make sure that they know what that cost will be.
Yeah, all right, thank you.
Sorry, through you, Mr Mayor, can I ask the circumstances under which they are covering our costs for this agreement to be formed?
Again, I'll take that on notice, councillor, and I'll get an update sometime today for you.
Okay, thank you, because I'm just concerned that recognising they are a not-for-profit group that ultimately are working in partnership with us and the state government to resolve land tenure issues and conditions on that site, it would seem a bit rich for the least wealthy member of the triumvirate to be the person who's paying the costs of the exercise.
Yep, I'll take that on notice, councillor, and get a response. Item number 10 is the request renew of lease of the Marlborough Rural Fire Brigade. Currently, the negotiations with Public Safety Business Agency's legal representative on the new lease are close to finalisation. Interesting to also note that agency will no longer exist very soon, and the negotiations will be through the primary agency, which will be Queensland Fire and Emergency Services. This one is an interesting one. It's about the capability of Marlborough being a rural fire brigade, knowing we've got Connemara coming online, and to be honest, the amount of land that they now actually look after as part of that rural fire brigade. So those negotiations are underway, and then at this stage the brigade will continue to operate as per usual.
Question, Mr Mayor, please. Are they paying any lease fees to us at all, even though the lease hasn't been finalised?
No.
So there's no cost to them at this time? Okay, thank you.
And we look after all our rural fire brigades very similar way, councillor. Next one is item number 11, which is the potential sale of lot 16, the Gateway. Basically, settlement has completed, and I request this one be removed from the business outstanding. That's yours, I think, the next one.
So number 13, repairs to Kraken. Oh, sorry. So we're officers are producing a briefing session report for the next briefing session on the 3rd of November. And that'll detail all of the the costs and the discussions that's been had. I can't give you a full briefing on that. I haven't seen the report yet, but it'll come into the next briefing session report. Number 13, repairs to Kraken. That's coming to the table today for council resolution. So we've been out to consultation and we have the results.
Gentlemen, I just think that comment on the far right-hand column potentially needs to be updated a little bit. Because it says, online community survey launched on the 2nd of September to gauge the community's preference with regard to safety issues being considered. The survey will be closed on the 18th of September with business case to follow. Well, all that sort of historical now, so that probably needs to be updated.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll move on to number 14, which is a notice of motion from Councillor Mather with the installation of boundary signs. An update provided the 20th of October 2020. Installation of boundary signs to be considered as part of the broader suite of signage options and will be discussed at the placemaking reference group meeting to be held in late October. Council will be briefed at a further briefing session in December.
Mr Mayor, may I have a comment on that, please? The boundary signs identifies where the neighbouring local authority starts and stops. And I wouldn't have thought that that would have been something that we would have to debate, except the type of scripture on the boards themselves. When we're sort of rolling it in with other signage options, this one's a given, because we've been 117 years and never been told where we stop and start. And I think that's something that really needs to happen, but we need to have a look at what goes on those boards at this table.
If I can just support Councillor Mather's comment here, I guess the word here that I guess that has hit me in the face was considered. There's a council resolution around this, so nothing to be considered. It basically needs to be action.
Yeah, acknowledge, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
If I could, Mr Mayor, perhaps we're arguing semantics here, but the word considered is in the basis of how the design is done and how the sign's put together, not is the sign going in. So can I suggest that perhaps some councillors might be getting a bit concerned over things which there's no need to be concerned about. It is happening, but we need to consider the form of the sign, because we were led to believe you wanted this to be a form of placemaking and something that says welcome and you know you're now in Livingstone. And so that's why we're doing what we're doing, and that's why we're taking the time to get it right, councillors. We could easily just put a sign up that says Livingstone, but we thought we'd do something.
Well, thank you. We are perhaps being a bit pedantic, but ultimately I think it potentially needs to be reworded to express your comment then, Mr McIntyre.
Yeah. And Mr Mayor, may I just follow through on that one too, please? The timing is important to this, because while we're advocating our boundaries, this one's taking its time to get to us to make a decision as to what will be there. So I think it's a statement we're making to say, hey, this is ours and that's yours.
Thank you. Thank you, through you, Mr Chair. Item number 15. Very much in summary, we are basically going for a budget review at our next review to actually ensure we conduct that. So we're looking for another $4,000 as part of our Q3 operational review. So we are continuing to support them as per normal. We are working very closely with them for sponsorship, but to complete the resolution, we are going to get a table for an extra $4,000.
Thank you, Mr Masafari. I really appreciate that, and I'm sure that Capricorn Coast Land Care will also. I look forward to the budget review and see what we can do to help this worthwhile cause.
Just a question on that. As part of that budget review, will the request be coming back to council? My concern, I suppose, lies in the resolution that council had was that council consider financial assistance and, you know, aspirationally up to $10,000 a year or something along those lines, or I can't remember exactly what the figure was. To date, with the action that says we're related back to outcomes related to services or projects, which seems to be reflective of saying, hey, well, this is actually where we're already engaging with them. When we're saying that, well, because we're trying to get to some mandatory figure, we're going to try and find money as part of a budget review, the action, in my mind, actually outstrips the request of the resolution. The resolution says to consider, it doesn't say to mandate that we get to some mandatory guide as to what the sum that we're looking for is, and I'm just wondering, does this come back, or is this going to be considered as a given?
Through you, Mr Mayor, to Mr Masfari, will we be briefed in the near future?
So as part of the budget review process, I'm happy to take a report to the table. As Councillor Hutton rightfully said, it was a consideration, but we are supporting, we continue to support, but if the council feels strong to do the review and extra funding, that's up to the council to make that decision. Moving on to the feral goats on Great Keppel Island, in consultation with the portfolio councillor, we have decided to hold this over until the state election, and knowing full well that'll be very much a priority once we know the outcome of the state election. Not speaking for you, councillor friend, but that's what our outcome is on that one.
Moving on to number 17, unsealed road service levels. So we're holding off on finalising a briefing session report to council until we receive the condition assessment of the unsealed road network. That's been let to a contractor to do. We've almost completed the sealed road network condition assessment, and we're working on the unsealed road condition assessment. So that will be a full assessment of the extent of gravel and the thickness of our pavements and core sampling. So it's quite a major task, and that will inform our asset revaluation process this year, but it will also inform our discussion around levels of service, and it will give us excellent on-the-ground information. So I expect that to happen in January. With our data, we can present back to council at the end of Q3, say February, March, I would suggest.
Item number 18, which is a notice of motion from Councillor Hutton, place making beach sign, and this is very much similar to item number 14. Basically consider a broader suite of signage option, and I'm happy to also review the wording and considered there if that's appropriate as well.
Actually, in that one, I think that we actually looked at it as saying that we wanted to consider it as a budget item, not necessarily, we hadn't resolved that we were going to go ahead with it, rather we actually wanted to see costing. So I think in that context, the considered is correct.
Thank you, Councillor. Over to you, Brett.
Councillors, the next one is to do with the contemplation of notices of motion to LGAQ conference. This was partially satisfied insofar as the motions were disseminated to councillors prior to the conference. There was no ordinary meeting available to council when those papers were issued by LGAQ. I guess we could have had a special meeting to do that. We didn't. We just asked councillors to go through the 90-odd motions and to give us some comments back, which the majority of councillors did. So I guess that's probably something logistically we might just need to turn our minds to for the next conference, because I suspect the cycle will always conspire against us being able to do it in our normal meetings. So it's probably something to look at in context of making sure that we satisfy the resolution. Yeah, I guess, councillor, you could remove it. It's one of those which is, because by virtue of what it is, it's forever and ever, amen.
Just on that one, my question was going to be, are we providing a link through our website for the community to see the results of the resolutions?
The intention would be, once we get something out from LGAQ that's presentable, yes, we would make that available for the public.
Okay. And I'm just wanting to thank Councillor Friend for her feedback after the conference in regards to our motions and how it all went, so I really appreciate the report that you provided.
Thanks, Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, through you, Mr Chair. Item number 20, which is the notice of motion of Councillor Hutton Advocacy for Livingstone. That is subject to a council report at today's council meeting. Item number 21, proposed sale of Council Land Golding Street. We basically provide the contract to start the purchase for execution. That's on today's council meeting.
And councillors, I can advise, which was after the agenda had been run, I signed the contract on Friday.
So that one can be removed through you.
Number 22, the recycled water fees and charges. I might talk about the review that officers are undertaking regarding pricing methodology. Officers are doing a first principles review, and that includes understanding all of the assets in the network for recycled water, and all of the input costs, and all of the customers and how much water is demanded. And that review has been completed by Water and Waste team, and it's being peer reviewed by our assets, and then it will be further peer reviewed by our finance team, and then it will be presented to the acting CEO and come back to the table for further discussion. The second part of the resolution, the Iwasaki negotiations, I haven't been privy to. I might pass over to the acting CEO. Update.
At this stage, there's no negotiations continuing until such time as we've got this body of work from infrastructure. And once we've got that, we can come to council, have that discussion, and then our negotiations can recommence.
Can I ask the question through you, Mr. Mayor? Acknowledging the request from Iwasaki was prior to July, are there any financial consequences for the delay in resolving the fees and charges connected to their business? I suppose I know that they were uncomfortable at the point, and that's why they came back to us saying about the fees and charges directly related to them.
Is there any indication of timing around that, Mr. Creedon?
Item 29, councillors, around 5G technology. There was a report to council briefing session on the 1st of September regarding 5G. There have been approaches to the parties identified in that resolution requesting, or at least asking, they come and have a public meeting in Livingstone. It's fair to suggest that the response from those parties hasn't exactly been enthusiastic. We intend to have one more go at seeing whether or not they would like to attend a meeting, and if they say no, we'll then bring a report back to council to see what council wishes to do in order to satisfy that resolution.
Just for you, Mr. Mayor, to the officer, Michael. I was just wondering, in the past, when there was a zebra crossing there, was there investigation put into that to see whether we needed a crossing back then? And if so, then why was it taken away? Because it just doesn't really make too much sense when obviously traffic's getting more consistent, there's more people, not less. No, thank you, Michael, and through the Mayor, I do understand that. It's just that it wasn't taken away that long ago, and I imagine that that if it was taken away for that reason, then there should be some sort of report, or there should be some reason for that.
Councillors, I'm informed, sorry, Michael, I'm informed that we've lost audio from the live streaming, so I'm just wondering if councillors would be willing to take a break while that actually gets corrected, or would you prefer to keep going? I think in terms of our live stream listeners, we probably owe it to them to take a break. If that's okay, we'll try and get this fixed. Is there? Sorry? I have an excellent face for radio, councillor.
The audio is still there, but not the...
No, we've lost audio. We've got visual, no audio. Yep. Yeah, look, so we'll basically vote to adjourn procedural motion. Yep, there we go. Yep. Okay, so welcome back, councillors, and apologies to our community viewing on live stream. We had some technical difficulties around audio, so hopefully we're back online again now. Before we go back into the business outstanding, I just wanted to acknowledge John and Susie Watson in the room, our two esteemed journalists from The Spectator who celebrated their 52nd anniversary yesterday. So,
I didn't laugh too loud, did I?
all right, so are we done with item 31?
Not quite, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to seek clarification, perhaps through Dave there, that elements 1 and 2, which relate to vegetation, that they will be both undertaken under the one scope of works? Yeah.
Yeah, that is correct, councillor.
Okay, I perhaps misunderstood. Earlier, and I wanted to make sure that 2 was part of 1 and wasn't separated out to be done at a later stage. Or okay, thank you.
We might move on to item number 32, which is the recyclables processing contract. So, as per the commentary there, we've been given an indicative approval from the ACCC, and we're just finalising contract with our lawyers. And once we get formal clarification from the ACCC, we'll be able to finalise that contract, and that'll be something that we'll need to work with the other councils as well, just to finalise. So there's a bit of work in that to make sure that all the parties are comfortable with the arrangements. Number 33, which is acquisition of the sewer and drainage easement at Zilsey. So the officers have engaged the valuer to work with the property owner and negotiate a settlement price. We haven't received that valuation as yet, so in the next month's business outstanding tables, I'll have some dates in there for when that can be resolved. That's it.
So item number 34, councillors, is the sale of land within the Gateway Business and Industrial Park. Just to note, we have a council report being tabled today in regards to the sale of one of those lots. So the auction tender process completed with the register of pre-qualified suppliers. 1 lot of the 7, which I said is under contract, and this stage the proposed 6 lots in stage 1 and stage 2 will go to auction.
Item 35, which is the bins in Park Street. So the bins have been installed, and our officers are communicating to try and finalise a sign that we need to install as part of the resolution, and a letter has been drafted to local businesses which will be going out later this week, and we're going to try and not pinpoint a particular business, but make sure that we talk about general business sort of behaviour and trying to reduce waste and do some education with the customers.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor, to Mr Creederman. Thanks so much for all of this hard work to the officers. I understand that there's going to be some stenciling undertaken tomorrow as well along the footbridge area, which is a really great idea, and I look forward to this trial progressing.
And item number 36, which is traffic management issues. This hasn't commenced as yet. The report there shows that due to excessive workloads and officer resourcing, so we need to, as officers, prioritise our projects. This has quite a few different facets to it, and we are aware of most of them. We just need to collate all of our previous information and current issues into a document so that we can progress that. And I haven't got a time frame for that as yet, but I'll take that and make sure that we have a better understanding for the next council business outstanding report.
Through you, Mr Mayor, to Mr Creedman, thank you so much for this, and I appreciate that it's still on the radar. It's very important that this is looked into even next year. We're almost at the end of this year, so I completely understand how busy the officers are, and as long as it remains in the forefront of the thinking for infrastructure, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
So that concludes business outstanding. And I have been remiss, councillors. I actually forgot to ask for a resolution to return from our break. So can I have that so moved and seconded, please? Councillor May, then Councillor Eastwood. Thank you. All in favour? Thank you. And that brings us then to the adoption of the business outstanding table for the ordinary meeting today. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved Councillor Lynch, seconded Councillor Friend. Thank you. You with me, Justine? Awesome. All in favour, please. Those against? Carried. Thank you. It takes us on to item 8, presentation of petitions, and there are none. So we'll move on to item 9, mayoral minute. None of those either. Item 10 is the councillor or delegate reports, registered as nil on the agenda. Item 11, the Audit, Risk and Business Improvement Committee reports, registered as nil, although I note within the reports later in the meeting there is a matter relating to the Audit and Risk Committee. So item 12, reports. First one, 12.1, the monthly financial report, and I'll ask the Chief Financial Officer to present the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So, councillors, I'm presenting the monthly financial report for the period ending 30th of September 2020. Overall, our financial position remains strong compared against budget, with a couple of trends being identified at the moment. This is largely in relation to interest revenue. So even though that we had revised those forecasts down during the budget process, we're still not achieving the budget for that. There's a couple of, so you'll see in the attachment on when we talk about investments that we have the majority of our cash held with our banking institution, CBA. Under the state banking arrangement that we're part of, we're actually getting quite a good and comparable return by just holding our funds with the Commonwealth Bank, as opposed to seeking external investment or opportunities. In terms of one of the significant financial risks that we have at the moment is in regards to considering the ratepayers' ability to pay their rates as and when they fall due. So councillors will be aware that we have an established working capital facility with the Queensland Treasury Corporation to accommodate any of those peaks and troughs that we have during the year. The information at the end of September is actually proving to be quite positive in terms of our ratepayers' capacity to pay their debts as and when they fall due. We have $260,000 less in rates outstanding at the end of September compared to the same period last year. But I think there's a number of contributing factors to that. One of those is that we have processed 500 odd change of ownerships for the period July to September. The same period the previous year was around 380, so we're certainly seeing an increase in that. We have an additional or an increase of just over 1,000 rates assessments that are being sent out electronically, either through email notices or BPayView or the Australia Post My Mailbox. So that means ratepayers are getting the notices ahead of other ratepayers who would be just relying on Australia Post delivery. So they have some additional time to pay that as well. And we also have a $240,000 increase in prepaid rates. So to me that indicates that all of the work that we've been doing with our ratepayers on establishing those proposals to pay or agreements to pay to get on top and in advance of their rates notice is starting to work for our ratepayers. So that's the more significant thing to consider. We've also withheld any referrals to our external debt recovery agent for the first half of the after the January, February issues earlier this year due to the impact of COVID. That will be reassessed whether there's a need to continue with that being on hold or refer accounts to our external debt recovery agent during the month of October. So that's when we start those next considerations. So that will be reassessed this month. So we're still delivering a surplus against budget in line with our adopted budget for the full year. Our cash balances remain strong. We continue to pay our debt as and when they fall due. And our capital program, whilst it will indicate at present that it is under budget, spend against budget, the majority of the projects, over 78% of our projects, are on track to still be delivered within this current financial year. So one of the things that we will be doing through our Q1 budget review process is going back and having a look at the phasing, so the timing of when those spends for those capital projects will be delivered. So at the moment the budget is phased on a 12 monthly portions, and the capital program isn't delivered in 12 instalments over the financial year, so there'll be peaks and troughs for that. So that's an opportunity for improvement during the Q1 budget review process that we're undertaking at the moment. We're still, so in terms of our overall spend year to date within the Livingstone Shire boundaries, so we've invested just over $3 million, which is 26% of our spend on materials and services, just with businesses located within the Shire boundaries, and a further 36% within the Central Queensland region. So altogether we're spending 62% within the Greater Central Queensland region on all of our procurement activities. Happy to take any questions from councillors in regards to the report.
Thank you, Andrea, and thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like you to explain a paragraph to me on page 31, Andrea, under debt management statistics. I just didn't understand it. Above it, outstanding rates and trade debtors. Can you just explain what that means, please? It brings Stanage Bay Road upgrade into account there too, so I just didn't know where that all fitted in.
Yep, certainly. So if you refer to the table that's on page 48 of the report, there's just some graphs there. So you'll be able to see that in the month of September we have a huge spike in our sundry debtors. So these are invoices that we generate. For this particular one, it's in relation to the grant funding that's attached to the capital project for Stanage Bay. So we do need to, at times, where we don't have recipient created tax invoice agreements in place with state agencies, for example, that they actually request an invoice to be submitted to them so then they can pay the bill associated with grant funding. So that's pretty much what that one relates to. There's a huge spike
Just
on
doing business a little differently, that's all.
No, it's common practice to be issuing invoices to other agencies for grant funding.
Okay, all right, thank you. There is another one here somewhere. On page 37, my favourite, asset sustainability ratio. That's down to 19% there, 2021, year to date. Has that decreased? Is that on the decrease?
This particular ratio will fluctuate over the year, depending on the types of capital projects that are being executed at that point in time.
Yep. While the adopted budget says 70, and we're down to 19, it's a significant distance. Mr Mayor, these ratios are sort of fairly critical for us to monitor where we're going. Is it possible that we could have it included in a workshop somewhere? I know we've done it before, but just to refresh us, because this is a specialty area. We're not finance advisors, but we just need to be able to understand it. And certainly in this volatile economic climate, we really need to be on board with it. So if we could get some session, part of a session down the track fitted into one of our briefing sessions, that would be helpful.
I'll refer that one to the acting CEO to Action Councillor.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Andrea.
Any other questions, councillors?
Yeah, just one question there. It's probably more of an observation, and I would appreciate just maybe some commentary on it to explain it further, that it's under capital revenue there, and it highlights that the developer contributions received year to date are at 1.3 million, and we budgeted for 1.6. And if my calculations are half close, that means over the 4 months since this budget, we've brought in 1.3 million out of a proposed 1.6, which is a significant amount in a short time. And in previous years, it was probably the one area that we had often perhaps overestimated the developer contributions, which didn't eventuate, but we see a complete reversal of that, it would appear, based on those numbers there. And I guess I was curious, just from the ELT, does that pose positive challenges, and on how does that impact on the organisation in terms of our growth and planning and what have you, and if there's any commentary around that?
So I can speak about the positive challenges in relation to the budget. I think your question is a much bigger answer in terms of the long-term development for the area. So certainly receiving that much additional revenue against the year-to-date budget is positive for the organisation. But as has always been the communication to councillors, is that that's something that's outside of council's ability to control. So when developers want to pay their infrastructure charges, like there are obviously certain limitations for that. They've obviously had an influx of development activity in a particular area, so it is good for that. And on the other side of it, so those revenue streams can only be allocated towards certain types of capital projects that are in the local government infrastructure plan. All of those projects are already accommodated for within our long-term budget process, and will undergo another review in the next 12 to 18 months. So whilst there might be additional funds coming in this year, they've already been earmarked for capital projects that are already within existence of our budget.
And one more question. So in the event that there's a significant increase from that proposed 1.6, say if it come in at 2.6, where does the 1 million excess get automatically allocated to, or how does that get dealt with?
So those funds are considered constrained, or they have a restriction, so they can only ever be used for the purpose to which the revenue was generated. So they cannot be used to offset operational activities, for example. They can only be allocated towards capital projects identified through the LGIP.
Any other questions on the financial report? I have a couple, if you'll indulge me. Madam CFO, first of all, it's a comment more so than a question, and just make councillors aware and the members of the community. We had an Audit, Risk and Business Improvement Committee meeting yesterday, and the topic of capital expenditure was raised. We're obviously at the end of the first quarter, and it really is indicative as to how we're travelling at the moment, but there was, I suppose, a comment made by the members of the Audit, Risk and Business Improvement Committee about what's historically been the non-delivery, I suppose, of capital works in totality. This report basically suggests, well, it's early stages, as I said, but indicates that we are behind. Now, the CFO has indicated we're on track to deliver 78% of our capital works program. Is that what they indicated?
Project managers have advised for the majority of the projects that they are still on track to be delivered within this financial year. So that's on the advice of project managers.
Is that all of them, or all of the projects, or 78%?
So 78% of the projects that we have on our entire program, project managers have advised that 78% of the entire project is anticipated to be completed by year end. They've also completed 6% of them, so they're starting to close out some of those projects already this year.
Okay. Well, I know the acting CEO and the executive director are across this issue, and just reiterate that council will be paying particular attention to this as well, because non-delivery of capital works programs is never a good look, and ultimately we're very keen to make sure that this is optimised as best we can, notwithstanding natural disasters and other reasons for non-delivery. But certainly we were given assurances during the budget process that this capital works program would be delivered, and we'll be looking to see that outcome. another question relates to the asset sustainability ratio, which Councillor Mather has already raised. So, pardon me, I'm on page 42 in the table there, which is the summary capital expenditure report, and it states that the work on Matthew Flinders Drive was carried out to Gregory Street. My understanding is it was carried out to Edward Street. Just a slight correction there. And a question around the Whitman Street project, perhaps directed to the Executive Director, and I'm happy to take this on notice, Mr. Creedman, as to why Whitman Street's taken so long. According to the schedule, it was to be completed by the end of July. That's fine. I have some queries around the business unit summary, Madam CFO, but I'll talk to you about those individually. That's more about presentation than content. In terms of investment returns, you've touched on this, but do we have any deliberate strategies as to counteracting the effect of the lower interest rate returns we're currently getting?
We certainly do regularly go out and get the investment rates from a number of providers, but they have come in just under the return that we're getting with CBA. So we do actively look at that. There is a resource allocated to managing our cash in the accounting team. We've also had feedback from some financial institutions that they're not looking to take on additional cash at this present time as well. So there's a number of things going on in the market that is limiting council from placing short-term investments.
Thank you. So the corollary to that is looking at the total debt situation, and are our borrowing interest rates reducing similarly?
Not yet. So we have our debt bills are all fixed with the Queensland Treasury Corporation, but councils will be aware that the Queensland Government has provided opportunities for councils to go and consider refinancing their debt. That does come with some things to consider for councillors, but I'll bring that back to a briefing session. It is something that we're pursuing and is already in discussions with the Queensland Treasury Corporation on.
Thank you, Madam CFO. That's the extent of my questions. So, councillors, are there any other further questions in relation to the finance report? Councillor Mather?
No, Mr. Mayor, just to support you on your earlier comments in relation to the capital works that may be lagging behind or that may not be completed. And it's so important that we keep track of these, because this is what got us into trouble in the first place, our ambitions to do things in a short space of time with the money that we had available from grants perhaps, but it rolled over and we never caught up, and that's what got us into trouble and got people confused. So you're spot on there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Mather. So may I have a mover and a seconder for the finance report, please? Councillor Mather moving, Councillor Bellows seconding. Thank you. All in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to 12.2, councillors, the mutual access agreement in relation to the parliamentary precinct and council premises, and I'll pass to the acting CEO for this one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As the report identifies, councillors, the mutual access agreement has been negotiated between the Local Government Association of Queensland and the Queensland Government. It will allow, if council chooses to become part of it, council laws to have access to certain areas of the parliamentary precinct when they're down there doing business. Conversely, it would allow members of parliament, ministers, etc., to have access to council's facilities if and when they're in our area. So from council's point of view, there are some benefits to be gained. I don't see too many negatives as such to be associated with this. Is it something that we would be making a lot of use of? Probably not. But having said that, it's good to have that opportunity there, or those facilities available for councillors as and when they are in Brisbane doing business.
Just a question, Mr. Mayor, through you to the CEO. On page 52, under budget implications, opting into the mutual access agreement has no discernible budgetary implications. I just was querying that word discernible, whether we might be expected to provide some secretarial services to the ministerial people?
No, we're not, councillor. So
Okay.
it's access to facilities.
Yeah.
So it would
They're
be
in your own, in other words.
correct. Yes,
Yeah.
it would be.
Okay.
Here's an office. Here is a desk, or here is in some cases Wi-Fi, and that would be it.
Yeah, here's a desk. Okay, and a glass of water. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr Acting CEO. Are there any questions, other questions in relation to this report?
No, we haven't moved them.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bello is moving. A seconder, thank you. Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you.
Mr Chairman, 12.3,
We're just about to come to that, councillor.
yes,
Yeah.
before we go launch into it, I'm just wondering whether this should have been a committee item. I don't have a problem with being an open council, but because it deals with officers'
You mean a
contracts-
confidential
Yes.
item? I don't think there's anything confidential in this particular
No,
report,
I'm
councillor.
happy to have it an
And,
open council, but
Yeah, the acting CEO, as I recall, discussed this with me anyway, I think. So ultimately, we agreed that there wasn't anything confidential on this
yeah,
one.
okay.
So 12.3, and again, I'll ask the acting CEO to speak to this one, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So, councillors, the Senior Executive Vehicle Policy is a policy which was brought in August 2016 and only applies to, under the current arrangements, 6 officers. None of the officers within the organisation currently utilise this agreement. The agreement actually requires, if an officer decided to take up the options in the policy, for council to provide a council-maintained vehicle for their use, which they then contribute a nominal amount of money back to the organisation for. It's suggested that from an operational point of view, it is far easier to just say to all senior executives as part of their terms of employment that they provide their own vehicle. It's factored into the remuneration as such. They are responsible for the maintenance then and the running costs associated with that vehicle, and also making sure that it's fit for purpose. Therefore, it's recommended that this policy be rescinded, as it has no real application to the organisation.
Thank you, Mr Acting CEO. Before we go to debate, are there any questions in relation to this report?
Yes, through the mayor to the acting CEO, do you actually have any fleet vehicles sitting there unused at the moment within the organisation?
Through the chair, there is a vehicle which was used by one of the members of the executive that has been will go to auction. Yeah.
Any other questions, councillors? Okay, we're having Councillor Mather move this one, so a seconder, please. Councillor Eastwood, thank you. So any further discussion or debate around this one, councillors? All right, so we'll go to the vote. All in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you. 12.4, the Audit, Risk and Business Improvement Committee membership, councillor representation. And I'll go to the acting CEO to present this one. Thank you.
Through you, Mr Mayor, and before the acting CEO says, do I have a prescribable conflict of interest because this is in relation to my part on the audit committee? No. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. Councillors, this is just to look at allowing councillor friend more time to commit herself to some of the committees she has found herself involved in, most notably some of the executive committees, which obviously as the further she gets involved in those, the more of her time they will consume. As a result of that, it was identified that there perhaps was an opportunity for Councillor Lynch to be on the Arabic Committee, otherwise known as the Audit, Risk and Business Improvement Committee of Council. So this report identifies that the councillor portfolio policy be amended to identify that the Councillor Lynch would now be, or have responsibility for, or be on the Audit, Risk and Business Improvement Committee, and Councillor Friend would vacate her current participation in that committee as a member. noting, councillors, that that doesn't preclude Councillor Friend from still coming and attending those meetings if she wishes to. Likewise, all other councillors are also entitled to come and attend those meetings if they wish to as well.
Thank you, Mr Acting CEO. So before we go to debate, councillors, are there any questions around this one? Okay, moved Councillor Eastwood, seconded, I'll second it, Councillor. Thank you. So we'll go to debate. Any comments or questions around this?
The only question I had was Councillor Lynch happy to take the invite, I guess?
Yeah, I just want to, thank the organisation for the opportunity to jump on the committee. I know you're very top-heavy with your workload, Councillor Friend, so it makes sense for you to relinquish your role at this time. So I'll take this opportune time to delve into the organisation within regards to finances. I'd just like to get a clearer understanding of finances, risk and governance, and I'll be asking many questions within the committee to gain a lot more knowledge and understanding in regards to processes around financial statements to be issued. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor, I'd like to make comment. Thank you for the Audit Committee and the time I have spent on it. I've learned a great deal. We have wonderful external members, and with both Councillor Lynch and Councillor Bello on the committee, this is going to move forward. I am a little busy with all of my commitments, which I won't go into right now, but I'm more than happy to discuss these anytime with councillors, officers and the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. And councillors, just to give you a bit of background on this one, Councillor Friend was approached by one of the members of the executive of the Local Authority Waste Management Advisory Committee, otherwise known as LAWMAC, and invited to be on the executive of that committee. Now that's a significant honour and kudos to Councillor Friend. So she approached me as to whether she should do that, and she initially rejected the offer, and I just encouraged her to accept that nomination because it is totally aligned with her portfolio, and ultimately something has to give, and she's stepping away from the Arabic Committee, and welcome to Councillor Lynch on that committee. So councillors, if there's no further questions, we'll move Councillor Bella about Eastwood, sorry.
I would just like to speak to the motion
sure.
very quickly. Mainly just to thank our two new councillors for their work ethic, and it's just been a real pleasure to have you guys on board, and to see you working so hard and caring for our community. That's about it, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. So it's moved Councillor Eastwood, seconded by myself. No further debate, councillors. I'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So the report is tabled today just for confirmation of the community voice panels. Just to bring us back a little bit of background, at an ordinary council meeting on the 21st July, Council adopted the terms of reference for the community voice panels, and on 19th of May we adopted the framework. As a result, some engagement was conducted and we got a really good buy-in from the community, can I say. So as respect to that, there is now 57 names, which is on attachment number 1, and councillors have had a chance to review those names. I just want to flag one thing with the council table in regards to, there has been email has been sent in by another couple up at the caves that are interested in actually joining. So going forward, I want to just flag how councillors wish to accept other names or nominees in regards to it. So somebody consider down the track whether it's purely by the chairman or the chairperson, should I say, in regards to that voice, or whether it needs to go back to the council resolution. So I want to flag that going forward, Mr Mayor. So I'm hoping all council have had a look at regards to their names on the committee, and can I say a really good depth of community members who are really willing to put their hand up and be part of this community. So it is my recommendation, the officer's recommendation, that council resolve to endorse the membership of the 7 community voice panels as presented here today, and I open up through you, Mr Mayor, any questions in regards to this?
Thank you, Mr Mazafari. Are there any, before we go to debate, councillors, any questions on the report?
2 things, Mr Mayor. In my portfolio actually takes on an extra charge, which is disaster management, and there was at least one other person who wanted to be part and parcel of my panel because of disaster management. Now, I don't know how the table feels about portfolios being rolled into one person, but I have no problem in relation to a chair of any panel agreeing to additional or change to that list on the panel. Two things there, Mr. Mayor. Can one take another person on board because of additional portfolio? And secondly, as your question was, where does it go from here? Does it need to go back for a resolution for change, or can the panel member or the panel chair make that decision?
My recollection, Councillor Mather, is that the terms of reference is silent on this, so we probably need to revisit the terms of reference before we actually make any decision on the fly about this one. So we'll just
Happy to do that.
We'll do that, I think, Mr. Mazzarri.
Acknowledge, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
All right, councillors, any further questions on this? Councillor Bello?
Oh, the question is, are we proposing to lay this on the table until we deal with that change in terms of reference, or?
Councillors, if you're happy, I think we can proceed with the appointment of these people already, and then once the terms of reference have been reviewed, we can perhaps revisit the membership on the lists. Are you happy with that, Councillor Bello?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess just trying to make it as efficient as we can, and if it could have been tweaked now, we could have done it, but happy to go with.
Thanks, Councillor Bello. I'm just wary of making decisions on the fly. That's all. Councillor Eastwood?
I'm just a little bit nervous, Mr. Mayor. I've just noted that every one of the people on my panel is a lady. So I'm a little bit sort of nervous about, or not nervous, but I just wondered whether there have been any men that, just to balance it out a bit, that might have been able to. Oh, I'll be capable. I'll be, yeah, I'll be able to handle it, but yeah, I just wondered whether there were.
My understanding was that the lists were provided to you, Councillor, so you had to select them. Is that correct?
Yes and no.
Not sure what that means, but anyway. Notwithstanding that comment, councillors, yep, Councillor.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to ask a question of Mr. Mazzafari. Obviously, it's incredibly exciting that the prospect of bringing on board 50-something people into these voice panels. What thoughts has he had around how we may induct them to prepare them for their role and to understand the terms of reference, so to speak?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, great question. I think it's going to be very important that as the chairs, we set out the expectations quite clearly and concisely what that means. It will be some challenges in regards to the 57 community members on these panels are there for a reason, and they will have high expectations. So I think it's important as a collective we actually go through the terms of reference with that group, but also set a little bit of induction and then where to from here. So what I mean by that is, what are we going to do with their collective voices? The portfolio councils are going to present to the council table, which I think is in the terms of reference, if I'm correct. So I think that's very important. And talking to the other executive directors, etc., we're very happy to work closely with those chairs to make sure that we are collective and support as much as we can. This is a very important voice for our community and a very important voice for our future of Livingstone. So I don't want to underestimate the importance of this, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you.
Further question, if
Yep.
I could.
Councillor Bello?
Just in terms of the parameters around this group, has it been clearly defined based on our previous consultation with King & Co, and in terms of an advisory group or a steering committee, or so the governance of it, I guess, I'm wanting to be assured that is clearly articulated, so as we move forward and as chairs we know, which is similar to the comment that's been made previously, but just some clarification on that.
Yeah, so I just got clarity from the CEO as well then. It's based on the adoption for the terms of references and the fact that we're going to take this I suppose, minutes out of this to the council table by the Portfolio Council. So I think we'll have to keep a close watch on it and review it as we go through this process. But remember, this is a collective voice for our community that assisting councillors and us as officers to go forward, and I think it was very important we actually use that. And again, to echo Councillor Hutton's, we have to be really clear on what the expectation of this group is, and the expectation, I suppose, is the chairs for this group.
Any other questions, councillors? Any other comments?
The only comment, sorry to labour on that, but ultimately it's not up to the chairs to determine, whilst it may be the decorum in the room or that sort of thing, but the actual structure of the community voice panels, they'll have to abide by the legislation and what have you that will dictate what the chairs can do, not so much the chairs determining their own flexible style as much. That's within their realm of authority, but not so much the actual legislated act on what a committee is and what it's. So I guess that's where I'm wanting the assurance that we've covered off on that based on what King and Co had alerted us to, I guess, more than anything.
Yeah, and through you, Mr Mayor, I think you raise a very good point. Terms of reference are there, and I think also, as Councillor Hutton said, very important that initial meeting to set expectations, to have an understand what those terms of reference are and work collectively. I think that first meeting will be the one that'll set the cadence for the rest. I think they're going to be very important.
Right, councillors, so we'll go to official debate on this now that we've got the questions out of the way. So the recommendation is that council resolves to endorse membership of the 7 community voice panels as presented. I'll happily move that one. Seconded, Councillor Hutton. Thank you.
Mr Chair, should you add to that it's going back for review for, there's something that you're going to say, Dave? It's going back to tweak it? We were doing something to amend it, or?
That will happen behind the scenes as a matter of course. Yep.
Okay.
Right, so we're going to move in a second, councillors. Any formal debate around this one, notwithstanding the questions? Councillor Hutton.
Mr Mayor, obviously, as mover, did you want to speak to the item first? Because I was just looking at an
I'm happy
opportunity.
for you to do that, councillor.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I'm incredibly excited by the community voice panels in that by bringing these 57 people on, we're continuing the journey that Livingstone strives for in terms of hearing voices, but also being open to ideas and open to the capacity of the community to really not be driven by someone else, but to drive itself and to drive together hand in hand. And I come back to the Livingstone Community 2050 plan, where we had more than 2,000 voices set a 30-year vision and some guidance as to where the community wanted to see itself go. And it was voices from a broad cross-section of the community. From that, as a council, the corporate plan was set for a 10-year focus to drive some of the organisational priorities, but also to help direct the officers. And if we look at Community Plan Goal 4.1, innovative and accountable leadership to achieve a shared future. And I truly believe that when we look at the community voice panels, that's what we're talking about. It's our shared future for Livingstone. It's innovative leadership models where we're not saying that, we leave it up to 6 people or 7 people at a table, but where we bring people on a journey together to have their voice heard. And I have no doubt that there would be times when each of these 57 people will find that they may not get what they're looking for, and they may not necessarily hear their voice echoed back from the other people that are around the table. But it's important that they feel like they're part of the discussion, and feel like they've had that opportunity to give feedback. And it's important that as a council table that we're open to hearing those voices. And I think the role that each of us will play as chair people for these committees, but also to then be the representative of those voices, bringing it forward to the table in the reports that we will give, mean that, it amplifies the sound. And I think that's really important for our community. We had 57 this time that we're putting forward. I can imagine that next time the success of this may mean that there's 100 people that we're trying to choose from, or 200 people, because as experiences with deliberative democracy go, when they see success, more people want to get on board. So I look forward to the opportunity. I commend this council for taking this step to really live the Leading Livingstone and live the Livingstone Community 2050 plan. But more importantly, it's not so much what we put on paper in this policy that's in place, but really what we do in terms of these next steps. And I echo the sentiments of the Director that the induction process that we take our panels through and the way that we work with them is going to be imperative to the success of this project and the success of the community in having faith in this group and this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton, very eloquently put. Just to finalise, anyone speaking against the motion? Okay, if I'll just contribute my little bit on this one too. So Councillor Hutton has eloquently put the rationale behind this, and I just endorse his comments in the sense that we all went to this election, this last election, on the platform of being more inclusive with our community and more engaging with our community, and this is this particular report articulates our vision as to how, or partly how, this will happen going forward. So we have an opportunity here within the portfolios to gain important information and feedback from our community, and again, I commend it to the table as well. So on that, councillors, I'll Councillor Eastwood.
Mr Mayor, look, I'd just like to add just really briefly that I'm just really sorry.
I just wrapped up, Councillor. Yeah. So, Council, I'm going to the vote now. So we've got, I move this, and Councillor Hutton seconded. So we'll go to the vote. Thank you. All in favour? Those against? Thank you very much. Carried. 12.6.
Mr Mayor, just to elaborate on, I previously declared I have an interest as an executive officer of one of the groups that's potentially receiving a grant. I will be leaving the room and not participating in this item.
All right, thank you, Councillor Hutton. We'll call you when it's done. So, councillors, this is the report in relation to our community grants assessment outcome for round 1, and I pass to Mr Mazzafari again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a bit of an overview of the Livingstone Community Grant Scheme. It does provide a good opportunity for eligible non-for-profit community organisations to support and enhance community wellbeing and livability by building capacity and resilience. Probably no more important than this year with everything that's been going on with COVID and the restrictions. Very much in summary, 13 out of the applications went to the assessment panel, 12 have been successful. Now, I will also ask one of the councillors to add some comments as part of that, as part of the process. The reason why that 13 one didn't make through is because there was insufficient information in regards to that. So in general, the table that is provided in the report is $21,070.59, and before I actually go through the report, through you, Mr Mayor, I just want to know whether the councillors wish to add anything in regards to this report as part of that.
It was actually an honour to be part of the assessment panel for the community grants scheme. And now this is an opportunity for not-for-profit community organisations to apply for grant funding to enhance community wellbeing and livability. And we're incredibly fortunate to have many passionate and motivated community-minded residents that form part of these organisations that make our Shire such an attractive location to live. The 12 community groups listed.
Sorry. There's a matter of process here, I guess. We're going to debate on this one, so really you're presenting the report, Mr Mazzafari. We need to wait to debate, Councillor, before you actually get it.
My apologies, Mr Mayor.
So have you got anything else you wish to add to your report?
No, not unless you want me to go through the list, which is tabled in the contents of that report.
Just very quickly, thanks. I think that'd be great.
All right, thank you, Mr Mayor. So, recommendations for the successful applicants are Emu Park Surf Lifesaving Club, which is the purchase of the kitchen and canteen equipment. The Emu Park Historical Society, which is a purchase of archival materials, vacuum cleaner and hot water system. Yapoon Little Theatre, which is tables, chairs, pads and a shade sail. The Lions Club, purchase of generators for the Lions food van. The Victory Tennis Club, which is a defibrillator. The Capricorn Coast Mallet Sports, purchase of high pressure cleaner, shed and shelving units. A Return Services League of Australia Queensland branch Yapoon sub-branch, which is the purchase of a phone and computer equipment. The Livingstone Living Well Suicide Prevention, purchase of community education items, fridge magnets, information cards, gazebo and a pull-up banner. Emu Park District Men's Activity Shed, purchase of materials to build storage bin shelvings. Kawarrell Cricket Club, the purchase of tables and chairs. Keppel Sands Community Advancements League, purchase of a lawnmower, computer monitor and signage for the community hall. and Yeppoon and District Laboratory Association, which is purchase of jewellery making tools. That is the table put towards the councillors today, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Mazafari. Before we go to debate, councillors, are there any questions on this report? Okay, so can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Move, Councillor Eastwood. Perhaps Councillor Lynch, it's your portfolio. Would you like to move this one? Okay, Councillor Eastwood seconded.
You didn't want to miss out.
All right, so Councillor Lynch, would you like to speak to your report, please?
Yeah, just in concluding with what I was saying, so 12 community there were 13 community groups that put their hand up for the funding. Only 12 made the list. And I just want to make special mention to Molly, who she's so compassionate about the community and community organisations. So those that were applying for grant funding, they might have had a little bit of difficulty with the process. So Molly made herself available and helped them through the steps and outlined the criteria for them to get the funding. And the reason the 13th organisation did not get the funding was because they didn't respond to messages from Molly or hand back extra information, so they could have easily got that funding. So just a word to the community: if you're a non-for-profit and looking for grant funding, Molly is there to help, and Livingstone Shire is really willing to hand out those grants, which just benefits the community. It's fantastic.
Thank you, Councillor Lynch. Is anyone speaking against? Okay, anyone? Councillor Rees, would you like to speak to it?
Just briefly, Mr Mayor. As I've said before, and I'll say it again, that community groups, not limited to, but including sporting, welfare groups, interest and volunteer groups, are the backbone of our community. And to the extent that we're able to support them in whatever way is just a fantastic thing. And I'm happy to further endorse the above successful applicants and to thank them for adding value to our community. They're brilliant.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Any further comments from the councillors? All right, we'll close debate on this one and we'll go to the vote. So all in favour, thank you. Those against? Carried. Would someone like to grab Councillor Hutton again? Thank you. So, Councillor Hutton, that previous report was passed. 12.7, request for trustee lease over part of the reserve for recreation, lot 34 on Crown Plan LI 156 at Raspberry Creek Road, Coonawarra. And Mr Mazafari, would you like to speak to this one, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. This was subject to a briefing report, and basically the offered recommendation is to support this request from the Coonawarra Fire Brigade. They are currently in the process of establishing themselves. Just a little bit of clarity that was asked at the last briefing session. The location of this lot is approximately 400 metres from Nickel Road and about a kilometre from the Coonawarra Road. So that was a little bit of conversation at the briefing session just to paint the picture of actually where that location is. So it's basically a recommendation the council resolved that the exception mentioned in section 2361BI of the local government may apply in dealing with state government over the part of recreation, and 2, pursuant to subject 236, and 3, to provide 20-year lease subject to it. Endorsed by all officers, and if you notice the attachment in there as part of my role as the local disaster coordinator to fully endorse this as a great resource for our community going forward.
We're in debate now, councillors. So, Councillor Mather, would you like to speak to the report?
This is an example of communities helping themselves to preserve themselves and not relying on other people. Certainly they rely on disaster management coordinators and funding from state, but they do a lot of that funding themselves, and they're out there looking after our interests at any one time, day or night, and get no remuneration for that. So these are our heroes, so we've really got to support them in every way. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, councillor Mather. Anyone speaking against the recommendation? Okay, councillor East, would you like to speak to it?
Yes, just briefly, Mr Mayor, it's great to see the fire brigade here just get a permanent-ish place for them to restore their equipment. It's a great result, and let's just hope and pray that with this wet we've got now that we're going to have a diminished fire season.
Thank you, councillor Eastwood. The wet weather may bring a not so great result for some of our gravel roads. Anyway, I digress. So we have a mover and a seconder. Any other comments from the councillors?
So, Mr Chairman, where there's one door open, the other one closes, the Grazies are absolutely in their glory at the moment, and I think we've got to be very mindful of somebody's happy out there. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. All right, so we'll go to the vote on this one, councillors. So all in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you very much. We're moving on to 12.8, which is the potential sale of Lot 19, the Gateway Business and Industry Park. And we have Sonia Barber, our Acting Manager Economy and Places, with us, and I'll pass to Sonia to deliver this report. Thank you.
We received an offer on the purchase of Lot 19 at the Gateway. The offer is for $232,000 plus goods and services tax, and the address is 2 Macadamia Drive, Hidden Valley. The use they are looking at is self-storage units, which aligns quite well with something that we have lacking in the Shire at the moment. And the price per square metre of $116 is consistent with recent sales that we've had, and the site was actually valued on the 6th of August 2020 at $230,000 excluding goods and services tax. So it's worthwhile noting that the offer is above the actual valuation by $2,000. And so yes, it's quite straightforward. We're just looking for council endorsement of that sale and to go forward with negotiations with the potential purchasers.
Thank you, Ms Barber. Before we go to debate, councillors, are there any questions on the report? Okay, may I have a mover and a seconder, please? So I'll move it, thank you. Seconded, councillor Mather. I don't wish to speak to this report. I think it's fairly self-explanatory and well prepared, and I think it's a good outcome for council in terms of that particular block. Anyone speaking against the recommendation? Councillor Mather, would you like to speak to it? Thank you. All right, councillors, we're in debate, so any further comments from any of the councillors? All right, so we'll go to the vote on this one. All in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you, Ms Barber. We're now on 12.9, advocacy for the
Thank you, Mayor. At the last briefing session, it was raised that we were looking at adopting Councillor Hutton's draft advocacy for Livingstone policy, and this is purely to discuss the fact that we recommend as officers that we do adopt this policy as detailed in the report. It's really about making sure that we know what future projects we want to advocate for on behalf of our community, particularly in regards to funding opportunities and coming up to government elections. I'm sure Councillor Hutton can speak more to the actual purposes of why he's requested that we consider it, but we definitely think that it's opportune time to take this up. We are looking at updating our economic development strategy, and I think that this whole process will form not just projects obviously for economic development, but those for our community projects as well. So as officers across council, we will look at bringing forward what we consider priorities for council's future consideration and for them to take that out to the community. And we're hoping that we'll have a comprehensive final document that highlights what the community needs into the future, but a living document that can be updated as needs change.
Thank you, Ms Barber. Before we go to debate, councillors, are there any questions on the report? Councillor Mather?
Not so much a question, Mr Chairman. Perhaps I'd better leave it for debate because it has influences of political agendas.
Perhaps we will leave it for debate then, Councillor. Councillor Hutton, would you like to move this one? Okay.
Please, Mr Mayor.
Okay, moved Councillor Hutton, seconded. Councillor Eastwood. Okay, so we're now in debate. Councillor Hutton, would you like to speak to the report?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, what I'm seeking to achieve through the adoption of an advocacy policy for Livingstone is a formalisation of some of the informal processes that have occurred and do occur in councils throughout Queensland. When we are faced with elections, quite often we'll find ourselves in a situation where individual candidates will ask us for a wish list or a prioritisation of some ideas that they have. And while individually we may have priorities or desires or things that we believe are best, if we can get the 7 voices of our table aligning with the Capital Forward Works program of our council, aligning with the corporate plan and the Livingstone 2050 community plan to say, hey, these are the aspirations of our community, these are the things that we've actually already planned on funding, we've got shovel ready because instead of coming up with the project at the election, we've actually had project designers or project managers working on the preparation for it in the lead up, then we know that the outcome for our community in terms of budget, in terms of the quality of the product they're going to receive, as well as the outcome is going to, in my mind, be higher. It also, in seeking to provide this, is not to diminish or to reduce our individual capacity, but it is about influencing outcomes both at a political level but also influencing the things that occur through the various bodies that we're members of. So through the CQ ROC, through the Central Queensland set of Regional Development Australia, we need to have a good solid voice, and whether it's projects that we're an advocate for or we're actually going to be the person who provides for, if we have a consistent voice, the voice of our table is clear, the voice of our community can then echo that back so that we get more runs on the board for our community. It has been past practice that individuals have put forward wish lists and sometimes they align, sometimes they mismatch, and it's up to obviously the people at different levels of government to take on board and almost pick and choose which set of advice they take. There's nothing to stop that from occurring, but if we can at least set a set of first principles and say, okay, we know in the next 4 years of our capital program that these are the things that we were looking at funding or looking at doing. These are the things that we're hearing from our community that need to be done, that are outside of our scope of influence, but we accept that we are advocates for. Well, that's a fantastic outcome for the opposition, the government, and any other party to be hearing that same voice repeating and echoing those sentiments back to them again and again. Advocacy for Livingstone policy is based on a series of policies I've seen in other councils. We see at this state election that Central Highlands, Rockhampton Regional Council, Fraser Coast have all produced advocacy documents outlining their 10 key projects for their community that they would like to see funded. Unfortunately, we haven't been in the situation to produce such a document, which means that unfortunately our voice will be not muffled, but more diverse or more split than what it may otherwise have been. Doesn't mean we won't still achieve fantastic outcomes, but it means that we may find ourselves in the recipient of a grant that we didn't know we necessarily needed, or a focus that we weren't planning on putting on something, but in 12 months' time it was an election commitment that someone made, and now it's council's turn to enact that commitment on behalf of them, which we add to our capital program, which can actually increase the risk of failing to achieve our capital program, which is what the Mayor's alluded to in discussions around the monthly financial report. If we can plan it better, if we can project manage better, the outcomes are better. And the Advocacy for Livingstone document or policy draft that I produced is around that. It's around how can we program our advocacy to achieve better outcomes, and that's the aspiration.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Is anyone speaking against the recommendation?
I guess I'd have to, Mr Mayor, because I totally appreciate what the member's trying to do. I see it as another layer of administration where if we have good management, that automatically happens. We talk about being the community voice. There are so many outlets and processes and opportunities at our disposal now to be the community voice, as we did in the panels only a couple of agenda items ago. We've got another one. I think we're layering it too thick. And we're living in a democratic society. Not that the table won't always agree on something. So we had members who didn't agree with the minutes this morning. Simple minutes. When we've got a boundary review at the moment, there'll be members here that may not agree with what we're doing or how we're doing it. It's not going to always work perfectly. We're not going to be always in the perfect storm because there'll be people with different opinions. And I see this as influencing a political agenda, and I don't mean it's Councillor Hutton's, but it has the potential. And living in a former lifetime here, that would go right up their alley. And that concerns me. We've got to be very careful what we're advocating. We do it on a daily basis if we do it right. But as a council, it has a much more powerful influence. And we've got a lot of these big items that we have to deal with. We need to deal with them through officers' information, through officers' support, through strategies, through business cases, through public consultations. We did it with the crack and we do it with the cotton tree, we do it with everything. I just don't see we've got another layer of administration on top of it that the CEO and other managers have to bed down to, because it just adds more work to them. If we do it right, we manage it right, and everybody's listening and on the same page, we will get it right. But I don't think we need something like this, which has the potential to be dangerous in the wrong hands.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. We'll go to anyone speaking for the motion now, please. Councillor Eastwood.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Look, I don't endorse Councillor Mather's suggestions, but I actually believe this is helping to have good management and to push us in the right direction, where we can advocate for things that are important for our shire, for the council, and it helps us to push projects and programs that are relevant and that this council has voted upon and are ready to put forward to the people. And so it actually gives an extra layer, but a good layer, a layer that is able to help us to plan strategically and properly into the future. I totally endorse this, and I just want to thank the good councillor for the time he's put into it.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Is anyone wishing to speak against the motion? Yeah. Anyone wishing to speak for the motion? Okay. Well, we'll go to the vote. We'll wrap debate and we'll go to the vote on this one then. And it's a division. Sorry, Councillor Hutton, you have the right to sum up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Sporadic, ad hoc, empowering the individual. These are all words that have been used to describe some of the previous practices that I believe in producing something of this nature we're trying to reduce the risk of. This is not seeking to empower the majority at the risk of the minority. This is simply saying that when council invests its time and efforts in producing fantastic project outlines, like what we see in the Red Rock to Reef project plan, which lists priority projects across central Queensland, we should be taking those projects from Livingstone's perspective and then including them on a Livingstone brief for an election, both at a state or a federal level. It's about providing a chance so that we can all sing on the same song sheet, so to speak. It's about really formalising things that informally are already happening all the time. We do advocate for issues, projects and services. We do represent Livingstone's needs and wants to Queensland and the Australian Government ministers. We do regularly host ministers, opposition leaders, local representatives to update them on Livingstone's views or Livingstone's needs so that they can be advocating for ourselves, advocating for us at a government level. We do engage with the media. We actively engage with all participants from all parties at all elections. We do develop partnerships and strategic alliances with other local and regional organisations, including CQ Rock. We do submit funding applications to deliver priority projects. We do participate in both the LGAQ as well as the Australian Local Government Association. We do contribute submissions to inquiries and other government surveys and reports. And I believe in the past, and I'm sure under our current leadership, we do energetically engage in regional collaboration opportunities and the Central Queensland Regional Organisation of Councils. In proposing this, I never sought to add a layer of bureaucracy or to add a layer of extra burden on an organisation that has much. It's about formalising and streamlining this process so that just as we've achieved with some of our visionary documents, we can link these things together and have good, solid outcomes for our community, stability in our forward capital program. And for those reasons, I will not ask the table support for this policy.
All right, thank you, Councillor Hutton. Now we're going to go to the vote on this, councillors, and a division has been called by Councillor Mather, so I would ask you to stand in support of whether you're voting for or against. So those voting for. Thank you. Those voting against. The motion is carried. Okay, so can we have a motion to break, please, councillors, for morning tea? Yep. Okay, move Councillor Mather. All those in favour? Thank you very much. All right, so welcome back to members of our community viewing on live stream, and I'll just get a motion to return from morning tea. Thank you. So can I have the mover, please? Councillor Eastwood, thank you. All in favour? Carried. All right, we're going to, I'm looking for a procedural motion. We have to change the agenda around a little bit, councillors, to allow Erin to deliver her reports before she departs the building later on this afternoon. So just can I have a procedural motion, please, to realign or bring those reports forward? Councillor Bello, thank you very much. All in favour? Thank you. Carried. Okay, so Erin, over to you. Thank you.
It's 12.15 is the item.
We've got a PowerPoint presentation that Justine will bring up in a moment, but I'll happily start off. So councillors, the first item that I have to talk to you about is for a development application for a transport depot at Venture Road, Coorl. So the application is will allow for on-site operations associated with Comiskey mining services. The operations include the storage of mining vehicles and equipment and associated servicing and repair, which is an ancillary use. So the on-site operations are proposed to be undertaken between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. 7 days a week, with office staff present 5 of those days. So this is the subject site aerial plan. The red circle there, which is a little bit difficult to see here, is generally where the operations are occurring. Some overlays that apply to the site, which I can talk through in relation to bushfire vegetation, which is excluded from the operational area. So that's the proposal. You'll notice by looking at that the operations are already underway, and this application is to legitimise those operations on the site. So whilst it's not, this is an industrial land use occurring in a rural zone, and we'd ordinarily see industrial land uses in industrial zones, the location of this proximal to the Yeppoon Road corridor allows for this operation to occur based on the types of trucks and vehicles that they have coming into and out of the site. So it's a strategic site selection to allow this business to operate in the unique way that it does. So whilst it's a deviation from what you would normally see in a rural setting, officers are comfortable that the land use can occur without detriment to rural activities on adjoining sites or in fact on the subject site itself, and have some conditions in relation to the operations as well as some screening along the property boundary to prevent looking in from vehicles travelling along the road. So as such, officers are recommending approval, and I'm happy to take any questions. So I should mention that the application did undergo public notification, but no submissions were received.
Yeah, so prior to going to debate, councillors, are there any questions on the report?
No questions, Mr Mayor. But Erin, you mentioned that coming off the Yeppoon Road, it actually fronts the, even though it says Venture Road, if you go along the Darien Road, you'll see
it is Darien Road, yeah. The access is off Darien Road.
Yes, quite clearly, and I'd have to say a good report. When you look at the overlays on the front page, you can see why people balk at any opportunity to lodge an application of any site because of all the hoops they need to jump over. But I know that area quite well, and I would agree that is an ideal site.
Councillor, we're venturing into debate territory here rather than questions. So
yes, Mr Mayor, but I just needed to clarify that it comes off the Darien Road, even though it's identified as Venture Road.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor, to Erin. With the public notification period, was there any, or if any, submissions for against?
No submissions, full stop.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions before we go to debate, councillors? Okay, so can I have a mover and a seconder for this one? Moved, Councillor Bello. Councillor Hutton, would you like to be involved in this? This is your portfolio? Okay. No worries. So a seconder, please. Councillor Mather, thank you. All right, we're in debate, councillors. So Councillor Bello, would you like to speak to the report?
Yeah, just briefly to say that it's good to see new industry coming to our region, and whilst we'd always encourage prospective new businesses to feel that their counsel is available for them at any stage in the lead up to putting an application in through our planning staff. I think this is a positive outcome, and as they say, it doesn't matter where you start so much in life, it's where you finish, so it's good to see this heading in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Is anyone speaking against the recommendation? No? Okay, would anyone else like to speak for it? Councillor Mather.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr Mayor. Just to say that I know the area well, and I believe that this operation can be successful in this location. It's probably a little bit greater than an industrial site, but where it is, it's not going to impact on anybody that I could see as far as dust and noise and so forth goes. But that road, that intersection would need to be, that's off the Derry Inn Road, would need to be upgraded. But I noticed that there were some, several, not many, matters that of concern to staff where they didn't comply, but they have been successfully conditioned, so that when it all boils down, all of the concerns can be addressed. So, thank you, Erin, for that report.
Any other comments or comments, councillors? I'd just like to commend the officers on the outcome of this too. I think for an established business, and it's obviously a great example of collaboration between council and a business that was non-compliant through whatever reason, but now we have an outcome that's satisfactory to all parties. So just commend this to commend the officers on this. So thank you very much for your work around that. So councillors, I'll close debate on this now. And I'll go to a vote. So we have a mover in Councillor Bello and a seconder in Councillor Mather. All in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you. Next one is 1216. Erin, I take it?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, 1216. So I should start by saying these reports were prepared by Tammy Wardrop, who's one of our acting senior planners, and she's unable to be here today. So commend Tammy for the preparation of the reports, and both of them were not necessarily straightforward applications, and she's managed them quite competently. So the next report which she prepared is in relation to a vet at Park Street in Yeppoon. The site's highlighted in red there. The service station here, showgrounds here, Yeppoon Central here. So the vet is a single-storey veterinary clinic to be constructed over the 2 lots, which you see in red there. The development consists of around 500 square metres of GFA, which includes various components of the clinic. And access to the site is via the street at the rear, so not coming off is coming off Park Street, so no access off Fig Tree Street to the rear, solely off the service lane running along Park Street there, and a total of 14 car parks, including one universal access space, is provided. So much like the application we just had before, the subject development is for a business activity. However, the site is located within the medium density residential zone. So although it's not necessarily the accurate zone for this type of development, the site itself lends it to this sort of development, given the access location as well as proximity to other commercial uses. Park Street is a bit of a, I guess you could call it a mixed use area. It is a transition area, thanks to Councillor Hutton, between the town centre in James Street and south towards Yeppoon Central. You see a number of other uses other than your traditional residential area of development occurring, and officers are happy to commend this development to council for approval. Like the last permit, there were no submissions during the public notification phase for this one, so no neighbours or any other land uses nearby lodged submissions in relation to the development. So we're happy to support despite the variation to the zoning, and happy to take questions.
Thank you, Erin. If I can just start off with a question before we go to debate. I note on the flood overlay there that in the bottom corner there's potential for inundation. So is that's part of the car park, as I understand it, down there, is it?
That back corner is towards the tail end of the car park and the rear of the building. However, I think it's primarily in that green area you see down in the bottom left corner. The council's development engineering team have reviewed the application and have supported the development based on a minimum habitable floor level of 9 metres. So they've assessed the flooding on this site, and I understand it to be minor or not create any worsening to the area.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions on the report before we go to debate, councillors?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. And I apologise in advance, Aaron, I couldn't find it in the report. While they're providing beyond the required parking on their site, is there any reference to where council's reviewed the capacity for on-street parking? I suppose my concern is that it is a fantastic clinic and it's going to have substantial internal spaces that may take up a substantial number of those car parks that they have there, and so I believe that we're likely to see on-street parking, or at least the need for it potentially. And I'm just wondering, did we do any sort of engineering just to have a look at how that would affect that sub-Park Street road?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Hutton. Through you, Mr. Mayor, that wasn't considered as part of this development, to my knowledge, because all parking needs to be provided on the subject site. So I can't say for sure, but I doubt the engineers would have considered on-street parking, because it's the responsibility of this development to provide all on-site. I'm not familiar with exactly the capacity of Park Street's on-street parking. It's probably quite limited, given it is a service road, not a traditional road with side parking.
Any other questions, councillors? All right, we'll go to debate on this one. I'll move. Thank you. And can I get a second at Councillor Eastwood? Thank you. All right. I'll just make some comments on this one. Thank you. I think it's great to see some new business come to Yeppoon. It's really about our economic development strategy and the promotion and expansion of the CBD. And so I think, notwithstanding that this is in a medium density residential zone, I think the use is appropriate. And it's great to see more commercial, professional activities come into town. Anyone speaking against the recommendation? All right, Councillor Eastwood, would you like to speak to it?
I'll just briefly, Mr. Mayor, just to thank the planning people for putting this forward and going ahead with it. Look, this development wouldn't be going that way unless they saw a need for it, and it's a really good indication of where business is heading in our town, and this will be a great facility for our pet owners, our livestock owners, and I just commend it to the table. It's a great central location, and I'm just really pleased that common sense has prevailed and we've been able to get this one going. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Eastwood. Any other comments or questions from the table? Okay, we'll go to the vote on this one then. Thanks, Councillor. We've got a mover and a seconder, so all in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you. Okay. Next one for you, Aaron.
Last one for me. So this is in relation to a request for deferred infrastructure charges for a development applicant who holds a permit for reconfiguring a lot for one lot into two lots at William Street in Yeppoon. The applicant seeks to defer charges in the amount of $42,000, which were levied through an infrastructure charges notice associated with his approval that was issued to him. So the applicant acknowledges that there is a council policy in relation to deferment of infrastructure charges. Now that policy currently applies for subdivisions where you're creating 5 or more lots. However, given the current economic climate, his financial situation and the COVID-19 environment, as well as benefits to the community of his development, he seeks for his approval for 3 lots to also be offered the deferred charges. So officers have considered the request, and given the current situation, we've recommended that that request be approved, and there's some provisions in the recommendation about how that would occur in relation to an infrastructure agreement. Particularly of note for this one is one of the reasons we're accepting his request or recommending it to council is that there will be minimal impact on the infrastructure network. So no trunk infrastructure immediately having to be provided in order to service his development. So no continuation of major sewer lines, no major road upgrades, no water treatment plants or things that council would use those infrastructure charges immediately to in order for his development to occur. Happy to take questions, but we recommend this one to council for approval as well.
Thank you, Erin. Any questions on the report before we go to debate? Okay, so we'll go to debate on this one. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Mather. Thank you. All right, Councillor Bello, would you like to speak to it?
Yes, just to really, I guess, emphasise the collaborative approach that has been displayed here between the private sector and the Livingstone Council, whereby, you know, an application or approach was made for consideration. How do we get this thing to actually advance to work? And I think it's a great indication of where council can work in partnership with the private sector to be flexible, to be agile, and we see that in the adjustment of this example here. And probably the only, I guess I wonder whether it will become something we consider as policy, and that's probably a conversation for another day. I do recall the planners that were, one of the comments previously might have been Melissa here, if you don't mind me referring to you, Melissa, there, that this really is the sort of development we want to see happening in this area of our town in Yeppoon. It's flat, it's close to services, and it's a sort of increasing in density that we do want to encourage. So hopefully we will see more of these in the very near future to also address the high demand for housing that we see within our community at present. So it's a good outcome. Well done.
Thank you, Councillor Bello, and agree absolutely with those comments. Anyone speaking against the recommendation? All right, Councillor Mather, would you like to speak to it?
Just very briefly, thank you, Mr Mayor. I endorse Councillor Bello's comments, and if this is just an indication that the council is available to recognise all viable and much needed development in the Shire. And we know that there are constraints on many people who wish to develop, but the economic climate prevents that sometimes. But we have policies in place for such circumstances, and that's what we're exercising here. That's been deferred for 2 years or until such time as a block is sold, and we can revise it at any time. But they have faith in their council that we have provisions and policies in place to assist them, and we're always here to assist. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Would anyone else like to speak to the report?
Just really briefly, I just want to commend the table because the deputation came on the 6th of October and we're voting today. I think this is really fast moving. I think it's fantastic.
Indeed it is. Thank you, Councillor Lynch. All right, councillors, I'll close debate and we'll go to the vote on this one. So all in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you very much. Erin, is that you done? Thank you very much. So, Mr Acting CEO, will resume where we left off prior to the change in agenda.
Yes, so it's getting the old officers so we don't
So people on live stream, just bear with us. We're reshuffling officers in and out of the room so that we remain COVID compliant. Okay, councillors, we're returning to where we left off prior to the change in the agenda items, and we're up to 12.10, the Reef Guardian Council Action Plan 2021, and I'll ask Mr Baldock to address the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good morning, everyone. Today, councillors, we are seeking approval for the Reef Guardian Council's Action Plan 2020-21. It is a requirement of council's membership of the Reef Guardian Council's program that an action plan is developed, which captures all the actions that council are undertaking which contribute to the promotion and protection of the Great Barrier Reef. Now, this action plan reflects a focus on particularly the climate change, coastal development and land-based runoff themes. And I guess particularly through projects such as our Coastal Hazard Adaptation Strategy, our Living Coast, the Carbon Strategy, which we are also bringing to Council today for approval, and work on Fig Tree Creek through the Master Plan and also the Co-Design Project. And also, I guess, our continued partnership with our community and environmental groups and participation in the many events that are held throughout the year, such as marine debris activities and beach cleanups. So the plan will eventually be placed on our website, and there will be plenty of opportunities for promotion and really an opportunity for us to showcase what we are doing which have a positive impact on the reef. So councillors, the recommendation there is that council approve the Livingstone Shire Council Reef Guardian Council Action Plan 2020-21.
Thank you, Mr. Baldock. Are there any questions on the report, councillors? All right, so we'll go to debate. Councillor Friend, would you like to move this report? And may I get a seconder, please? I'll second it. Oh, sorry. Councillor Hutton. All right, okay. I'm happy to second it, as is Councillor Hutton. All right, so Councillor Friend, would you like to speak to the report?
I'd be more than happy to speak to the report. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As the Reef Guardian Champion Councillor for Livingstone, I firstly wish to thank publicly the following officers whose commitment and dedication developed Livingstone's Reef Guardian Action Plan. Mr. Matthew Baldock, Principal Sustainability Officer, and Mrs. Lisa Charles, Coordinator for Natural Resource Management. The Reef Guardian Council's program is a collaborative program in partnership with the Great Barrier Reef Marine Parks Authority that seeks to deliver on-ground actions to enhance reef resilience and empower people by increasing awareness of the challenges of our reef. Livingstone Shire Council has committed to a Memorandum of Understanding coinciding with the new council term to deliver innovative solutions to help the reef. This action plan has been developed for the 2021 financial year, providing initiatives which have a positive, as Matthew said, a positive impact on our precious Great Barrier Reef, such as a strategy to reduce council's carbon footprint by 2030, a support for beach cleanup in conjunction with the very important groups such as Capricornia Catchments, Tangaroa Blue and Capricorn Coast Landcare. Other initiatives: marine turtle habitat protection through eradication of pest predators, turtle-friendly lighting and signage, revegetation and weed removal for journal management, electric vehicle promotion and facilitation of EV charging stations, Yeppoon sewage treatment plant solar array, with future plans noted within this strategy, such as partnerships to reduce litter and waste from recreational fishing and a regional fishing strategy through collaboration with traditional owners. I attend the local Marine Advisory Committee, LMAC. These are management issues at a local level and are currently being dealt with. Council must approve the Livingstone Shire Council Reef Guardian Council's Action Plan 2021 in order to protect our environment for future generations. I commend this to the table.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Is anyone speaking against the recommendation? All right. Would anyone like to speak to the recommendation? Yeah, we've moved on, Councillor. Okay, so anyone wish to speak to the report in general?
I think, I don't dissent from your ruling, but I do believe that in the past it's been acceptable that a question may be asked during the debate or between the speakers. It's up to you though.
I'm actually, the process I follow now, Councillor, is that before we go to debate, I ask for questions. And so once we move into debate, then the time for questions is past. It's time for discussion from that point on.
Yes, well, I'm just making a point, Mr. Chairman, that sometimes in a discussion it may cause a question to be clarified, that's all. That's your call.
Yep, I take your point, Councillor. So we shall go to... speak to the motion? Thank you, councillor Bello.
And what have you. Thank you very much. And so my comments are really aimed at trying to broaden our approach, I guess, to best management practices. And I'm happy to endorse the Reef Guardian initiatives there. But I will read out this, I guess, just as a challenge to myself and perhaps the broader audience here for consideration, and for the organisation to hopefully demonstrate an openness and a willingness to look at all aspects of science as we try and develop the best practices that we can. In the Australian on the weekend, there was an article from a professor of some sort of science, Jennifer Morrissey, and she actually lived in Yeppoon for a little while, so I thought it was quite interesting. But she says, far too frequently climate science has demonstrated noble cause corruption where the ends justify the means. We will only know exact coral calcification rates and changing trends in coral cover when our once esteemed research institutions return to more traditional methods of measuring such important indicators of coral health and growth. We need to return to real science that is based on real observations and real measurements, and then we may find written in journals what we see in the real world when we jump off boats and go under the sea. I like the Reef Guardian. I like what it's about. I guess I'm saying that I hope that we can see and that our efforts are underpinned by a broad approach to science, and that the decisions we make are based on that, and we'll get good outcomes. So I'm happy to endorse it.
Thank you, councillor Bello. Anyone else wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Hutton, thank you.
Only very briefly, Mr. Mayor. The reason I support the Reef Guardian program is because it's about practical acts that we can take today that make a disconcertable difference to the reef, to the environment of our waterways and our systems, and we can see it today. As we saw in the last decade, there has undoubtedly been the climate wars and the climate change wars and the battle between ideological differences, and quite often there have been moves to bring councils into that space. But where we do best is when it's about practical action, that regardless of the global, is it hot water, is it melting ice, is when we're practical, making a difference for our community today, knowing that whatever actions we take today undoubtedly have a benefit for the community of our future, for our children and our children's children. And the Reef Guardian program, just as our sustainable environmental policy that we adopted just recently, are all steps where this council is saying that we're going to be practical, we're going to take good advice, and we're going to make sure that in our hearts and hands we're not going to necessarily engage in those battles of the ideological wars, but rather take practical steps today and tomorrow to make sure that we're leaving our community slightly better than it was yesterday. It is a great merit of this council that we've been able to step forward in this space and to stand up and say, hey, we are about being practical, we are about taking steps towards sustainability, not only as an organisation but as a community, and therefore I'd commit it to the table.
Thank you, councillor Hutton. Does anyone else wish to speak to the report?
Just very briefly, please, Mr. Mayor. Mayor, I'd like to commend our councillor friend and her two officers, Matthew and Lise, for the work that's gone into this program to get it to this point. Because it's not just one thing, but it's an accumulation of many things that is actually, it has and it will continue to bring this to fruition and set the path, set the blueprint for future generations. The work is being done here, and I've got to say these people put every effort into getting this to this point, and because they're very passionate about it. We've heard that word before, and I think the reef is something that we all must be passionate about, because if we don't look after it now as the caretakers, people behind us have got Buckleys for doing anything. So congratulations to all of you involved.
Thank you, councillor Mather, and I'd just like to also commend this report to the table. Ultimately, obviously this is Livingstone Shire Council's action plans, but what needs to be kept in mind is that there are action plans for every Reef Guardian council up and down the coast. So it is a collaborative approach, And when you unify all of these different action plans, it makes a significant difference to the reef and the protection of the reef going forward. And as Councillor Hutton correctly states, it's not just for us today, but it's also for the generations to come, because we must protect it. Councillor Friend, would you like to close debate on this one?
Thank you. No, that's fine. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Right, councillors, we'll go to the vote on this one. So we have a mover and a seconder. All in favour, thank you. Those against? Carried. Thank you very much. 1211, Livingstone Shire Council Carbon Strategy, and Mr Baldock, I believe this one is yours as well.
It is. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thanks again, councillors. We are also seeking approval for another plan. This time it is the carbon strategy, the Low Carbon Livingstone 2030 strategy. Now, I guess the strategy has been developed based on a previous carbon audit that was taken on council's operations about probably 3 years ago now. And I guess what we've come up with here is a 10-year plan where we're looking to reduce our carbon footprint by 30% of current benchmark figures. And those figures have really been collected between the period of 2014 to 2018. So the strategy really focuses on, I guess, the major emitters of council's operations. So it really hones in on our landfill, it hones in on our street lights, and also our fuel use. So it basically has developed a number of strategies, and we also have an action plan, a high-level action plan contained in that strategy, which sets out a number of actions that we can take focused around those major emitters to reduce our carbon footprint. So I guess one of the drivers behind this strategy is that it provides council with a great opportunity to not only enhance its environmental credentials, but it also gives us an opportunity to ultimately save money, not only for the organisation but ultimately for our ratepayers. It also provides an opportunity for other, for alternative businesses and organisations to set up base here in Livingstone. I guess it provides a pathway to the new carbon economy. And it also, I guess, provides an opportunity as part of this process for business improvement within the organisation. And then lastly, really just to keep up with what other local governments are doing around the country. And we're seeing some fantastic initiatives from some of the councils around the country, including, small councils. So we can certainly achieve a lot, and I think we have some great opportunities here in Livingstone. So, councillors, the recommendation there is that council adopts the Low Carbon Livingstone 2030, a strategy to reduce Livingstone Shire Council's carbon footprint. And as we said there, we will be doing an annual review of that strategy to make sure that we are tracking towards our target.
Thank you, Mr Baldock. Are there any questions on the report, please? Councillor Mather?
Yes, thanks, Mr Mayor. Just a simple one. Matt, you might be able to answer it. When we had this policy when we were amalgamated with Rockhampton, it says it in the report, usually with all the policies we had with Rockhampton, when we became de-amalgamated, all of those policies came with us, and then we painstakingly, one by one, we went through them to see if we would retain them as is or amend them. What happened to this one?
Okay, well, we didn't really have a policy as such on carbon. We did have an environmental policy, which was probably a broader umbrella that I think, well, it might have actually mentioned the word climate change, but we didn't actually have a lot on it. Back in the Rocky days, we were part of a carbon reduction program. However, in all fairness, we probably didn't do a lot in that program. So it's only really since we've been de-amalgamated that I think we've taken some fairly good steps forward in this space. And I guess that coincides with what is actually happening in the climate change and carbon space, where we are finding out a little bit more about it and how it actually might apply to our organisation and community.
Yes, and it's come to a fruition too, Mr Mayor. Work well done. Thanks, Matt. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Any other questions, councillors? Okay, we'll go to debate. Councillor Friend, did you want to move this one? Seconded Councillor Eastwood. Thank you. All right, Councillor Friend, would you like to speak to the report?
Certainly, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The definition of sustainable is avoidance of the depletion of natural resources in order to maintain an ecological balance. For Livingstone to remain sustainable, we need to have this carbon strategy for the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. The Australian federal government became a member of the Kyoto Protocol in 2008 and has a current commitment to reduce the nation's emissions by 26 to 28%. These emissions were on the 2005 levels, and they hope to reduce it by 2030. This strategy is a commitment by our council for our community, as there is no legislation requiring council to undertake these carbon audits. Therefore, this strategy is a moral obligation. According to the Department of Environment and Science 2016, climate projections for central Queensland include higher temperatures, maximum, minimum and average temperatures are going to continue to rise, fire behaviour will become more extreme. If carbon emission is not reduced by the end of this century, eastern parts of the region will experience more drought. Sea levels are projected to rise 0.8 of a metre above present day levels, causing storm tide inundation. Our Livingstone Shire Council wishes to achieve best practice by avoiding the generation of emissions by behaviour change, and so in doing so reducing behaviour change in reducing these emissions by switching off our equipment not in use and the use of natural ventilation, reducing our equipment such as refrigeration and printers, reduce energy by replacement of lighting to LED. This is already occurring in partnership with Ergon Energy, having installed turtle-friendly lighting and replacing fleet in the future with hybrid or electrical vehicles. Change to renewable energy sources such as solar, as is already going to be happening with the construction of solar panels to assist in offsetting the electrical costs for the sewage treatment plant. Offset carbon emissions by tree planting, for which our officers at council are already investigating with the propagation of native central Queensland climate-friendly fruiting trees and plants. Our council's hard-working officers are also investigating landfill gas emissions and are currently introducing incentive programs to reduce waste from entering the landfill, such as the development of a recoverable centre stage 1 at the Yeppoon landfill and the sustainable nappy and reusable sanitary products rebate. We as a council are moving forward and are doing our bit to lead by example. As community leaders, let us all commit this policy to the table.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Is anyone speaking against the recommendation? Okay. Would anyone like to speak for it? Councillor Eastwood?
Oh, yes, Mr. Mayor, and whilst there might be some argument in relation to the science again, I don't think it really matters. We are caretakers, and we do need to do our bit to look after our creative environment. And just like looking after the reef, we need to make sure that our emissions are kept as low as they possibly can, so that we can be sustainable, and also to keep, to maintain a prosperous Livingstone while maintaining a future for our children. I just think it's a really important way to go, and I'll speak for it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Would anyone else like to speak to the report? Okay, then we'll go to the vote. We have a mover in Councillor Friend and a seconder in Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Those against? Carried. Moving on to 12.12 then, councillors, the Capricorn Pest Management Group membership. And I believe this one is going to be presented by Elise Childs. Welcome to the table, Elise.
This report is in relation to an invitation from the Capricorn Pest Management Group for council to join their regional group. The report provides some background information for councillors in relation to the formation of the group, which was some 20 years ago now, and the also information in response to their invitation. So at the moment, council is a member of a regional biosecurity committee under the auspice of the Central Queensland Regional Organisation of Councils, and as such that committee provides us with a regional forum for discussion of pest management issues and collaboration with our neighbouring councils. This forum is free to us compared to the Capricorn Pest Management Group, which does have a membership fee of $5,500 annually. So on that basis, and the fact that we also have recognised the CQ ROC's Biosecurity Committee within our biosecurity plan, we have recommended that we respectfully decline the invitation to join the group at this point in time, and continue to operate through our Biosecurity Committee as a regional forum.
Thank you, Ms. Childs. Any questions?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Lisa, can you tell us more about the Biosecurity Subcommittee and what other councils are currently liaising within that committee with Livingstone?
So that committee came as a part of a review of the Land Protection Board and the operation of the Land Protection Fund. So council contributes annually to the Land Protection Fund, which supports both education and scientific research into pest management for the state of Queensland. So as part of the review that was taken place for that is that councils identified they wanted a greater say in how some of the funds were spent, and hoped that they would come back into our regions, not just support centrally based research facilities in Brisbane or Townsville. So as part of that, regional pest management committees, are now called biosecurity committees, were established. And for our region, it covers the shires of Banana, Gladstone, Central Highlands, Rockhampton, Livingstone and Warrabinda. So all of those councils have a seat in the Biosecurity Subcommittee. And then at the moment I'm the current chair of that group, and I attend statewide oversight group meetings several times a year to take forward some of our regional proposals. So at the moment we've had the opportunity to have 2 regional projects funded through that process. One was in relation to deer management, particularly focused on a population in the Thompson Road area. So some studies are being done with the scientists of Biosecurity Queensland around eradication and management of the deer populations. And the second project is yet to commence, and that's one involving education of peri-urban or small landholders in relation to biosecurity issues. And that's a 3-year project which will operate across all the council areas. So I think the Biosecurity Committee does provide us with direct benefits in terms of access to funding and as well as that forum for collaboration. Compared to the Capricorn Pest Management Group, which at the moment its membership is not covering that entire area. So their membership currently is Rockhampton, Gladstone, Banana, and they also have the Gladstone Water Board as a corporate member. So it doesn't have the same coverage as the subcommittee for biosecurity for the CQ ROC.
Thank you. Any other questions before we move on, councillors? All right, so we'll go to debate. Councillor Friend, did you wish to move this one? It's your portfolio. Okay, move Councillor Friend. Seconded, thank you. I'll second it. Thank you. Okay, councillors. Councillor Friend, did you wish to speak to this?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just briefly, I commend Lisa Charles in letting us know what the Biosecurity Subcommittee does for our particular locality. I also would like to thank the Capricorn Pest Management Group for this kind invitation. to collaborate with them. However, it's obvious that our officers are quite satisfied with where we sit in the subcommittee of the biosecurity group, and which is very, very helpful to our council. So I commend this to the table and agree with the officers.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking against the recommendation? Okay, I'm waiving my right to speak to it as well. So anyone else wish to speak to it? Thank you. Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. When Lise reminded us that this was an operation 20 years ago, brings back memories because I was a part of that group. It just tells a few tales, but I know what's out there. I know that there is much work to be done, but I also know there is work to be done in our own shire too, and I think our biosecurity group can tend to that successfully without the coordination of other groups, because it just in the far north we've got people who are, can I use the word despondent, over council's inaction or failure to support their efforts to overcome giant rat's tail grass, because it does impact on their income, it does impact on their land use. So I think we've got enough work to be done in our shire that we can address here without being part of another group, and we've already got the plans in place, we've got the structure in place and the people in place who are doing great work for us as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Does anyone else wish to speak to the report? Okay, then we'll go to the vote. We have a mover in Councillor Friend and a seconder in myself. So all in favour, councillors? Those against? Carry. Next one, 12-13, the bushfire planning workshops, purchasing under exceptional circumstances. This one is yours too,
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So I come to Council today requesting this resolution in order for us to comply with Council's own purchasing exception guideline. The guideline currently states that if a project is greater than $15,000 in value and we see a need for that project to be funded without additional quotation, that it be brought to Council for your consideration. So this project is in relation to a Category C bushfire recovery funded project. It came about as a recovery activity after the Caves bushfire in 2018. So following the 2018 bushfires, the Inspector General of Emergency Management did a report in review. And this council has taken that report very seriously, and we looked closely at the recommendations, and this proposal came from the recommendations of the IGEM report, in which it identified a particular provider for bushfire planning, and that was South East Queensland Fire and Biodiversity Consortium. So it is a group that's community-led, a non-profit group that now sits within the regional NRM body, Healthy Land and Water. So the group itself comes highly recommended as a best practice provider of this kind of information to the community. It's a very collaborative approach. So not only would this provider be involved in the delivery, but they're here to build the capacity of our own natural resource management groups, our own rural fire brigades and our own staff. So this is an opportunity for us to bring a best practice provider to the area, which will build our capacity going forward and also deliver some very good outcomes for landowners on the ground. Already the project has kind of grown some life of its own, with additional training being added for rural fire brigade members and stakeholders in Council's local disaster management network. So I think in this case there's little point going for additional quotations, as this is the provider identified both by the Inspector General and through research of my own in relation to what we can bring to our region to assist us in bushfire recovery and resilience. and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. If I may pass a question to our disaster management coordinator, Dave Mazzafari. You're recommending this to the table as well?
Yes, through you, Mr. Definitely. This is a starting point to build up our capability, and I do know the work we're doing with the local group and also the work we're doing with Federal Fire Guard. So this is a group that's come out and actually made it to best practice as part of the audit review. And for us, it's not about utilising them past this point, it's about them starting this and then us progressing with them on more.
Thank you, Mr. Mazzafari. Councillors, are there any questions of the officers in relation to this report? Okay, then we'll go to debate on it, councillors. Can I get a mover and a second? Moved, Councillor Eastwood, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Friend. Councillor Hutton, I tend to look left. If you wanted to vote on this stage, you might just need to yell at me. Okay, so Councillor Eastwood, did you wish to speak to the report?
Only briefly, Mr. Mayor, it just makes absolute common sense that as the only reasonable supplier for the services, and they should be taken up, and I've got no problem with recommending the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Is anyone speaking against the recommendation? No. All right. Councillor Friend, did you wish to speak to it?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Only that I endorse what Councillor Eastwood has said, and I endorse what the officer's recommendation is. Thank you. That's all.
Thanks, Councillor Friend. Does anyone else wish to speak to the report? Okay, we'll go to the vote on this then. We have a mover in Councillor Eastwood, a seconder in Councillor Friend. All in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you. 12.14, which is the potential locations for off-leash dog areas. Over to Mr. Mazzafari. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This was subject to a briefing report as well. Basically, a little bit of background in regards to this report. Community engagement was conducted, and 96% actually of the community that was surveyed supported the dog off-leash park. So with that in mind, we have got in our operational budget $30,000 to deliver a dog off-leash park at Oliver Dory Dog Park. This will be stage one. I think it's important, as per the briefing session, we invest in this one, and then we go out and survey the community in regards to other locations for a dog off leash. The other attachments in this report indicate where some work has been done, but I recommend that we actually progress the operational activities of the Oliver Dory Dog off leash park, and then go out to community consultation for further work in this dog off leash park, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mazzafari. Are there any questions on the report, councillors? Councillor Mayo.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd have to take the typist to task, I think, through you, Mr. Mayor, because in the presentation on the first page, it makes reference to the Olive Dory, number 2, Olive Dory, D-O-R-E-Y. All through the report it says D-O-R-Y. Need a correction there.
Well picked up, councillor. Thank you.
There's a number, there's at least 5 or 6 actually, on the first page. And go back up under the recommendation. As you said, incorrectly, Oliver Dory, it's Olive. It's a lady. Otherwise, I've had my say, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
No, thank you, Councillor Mathan. Well picked up, and please, for Olive and Brian Dory, absolutely no disrespect was intended by those spelling mistakes. So please forgive us. Any other questions of the officer, councillors?
Just quickly, just for future off-leash dog parks, are they approximately around 30,000? Will they vary in price?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. It depends on what facilities we provide in that off-leash. There is so many variables when it comes to off-leash, between hurdles to jump over, things to crawl through. In general terms, 30,000 will give a off-leash park where people can manage their dogs within that area. But again, we can go for further consultation based on what they require and go from there. But at this stage, $30,000 will give us an off-leash area.
Thank you, Mr. Mazzafari. Any other questions, councillors? Okay, so we'll go to debate on this one, councillors. Moved Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Eastwood. Geez, that was quick. When anyone's reviewing the minutes in the future, there'll be no doubt Councillor Eastwood was here. Okay, Councillor Friend, would you like to speak to the report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One thing we all know in Livingstone is that every man loves his dog. We previously passed a development application just not long ago in relation to another vet coming into being built in Yeppoon. And our dogs are very, very precious to us in our shire, and this is very progressive of Livingstone to actually construct a dog park, an off-leash dog park for our dogs. This has been something that our whole community has been wanting for quite a lot of years. As a previous officer of council, I know firsthand that there have been so many people requesting this over the years. And I'm very, very proud of our council table and our officers to undertake this investigation into the best area for a dog park. I, for one, will be taking my 69-kilo Great Dane there, and I look forward to it. So well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. You'll have to let me know the days your 69-kilo Great Dane is there, and I won't be taking mine. Anyone voting against the recommendation? Okay, Councillor Eastwood, would you like to speak to it?
Just briefly, Mr. Mayor. Yes, look, it is a good step forward, and you know, like having these dog parks in locations that are growing, what it does is it allows our dog owners to let their dogs run freely. But what the biggest thing is it probably takes a little bit of congestion off some of our other areas like our beaches. I, for one, got bowled over yesterday morning nearly by somebody with their dog off leash on the beach, and I was actually thinking if I'd been an elderly person or a young person, how scary it might have been. So I'm actually really for having areas where dogs can run amok safely. So no, it's a good step forward.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Lynch?
Yeah, I'm really excited about these off-leash dog parks. What excites me most is when new people come to town, this is an opportunity for them to make new friends. So this is really good for mental health and just the general well-being of our community. So I commend it.
Thank you, Councillor Lynch. Councillor Mather, your fingers poised there?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think probably Victoria could do with one of these right now when we're looking at mental health. And I was really surprised that Councillor Eastwood was fearful about being bowled over by a dog when he faces those waves every day. But it's true, Mr. Mayor, but I think this is the beginning of a good friendship between the animal owners and the council. And I would like to think perhaps we could explore one up in the western areas of the Shire, around the suburbs somewhere, because even though people have 1 acre and sometimes a little larger, the animals never really get to meet each other, and neither do the people. And I think it'd be a good community get-together down the track for research. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Pardon me. I'd just like to also thank the officers for bringing this report to the councillors. I know we asked for it to be brought, but I know there was an enormous amount of work behind it, and determining a site was somewhat problematic for a little while until Olive Dory Park was landed on. So thank you to the officers for this, and I also support the comments from the other councillors. This is a wonderful opportunity, as Councillor Eastwood says, to bring some of our dogs into a more controlled area, off our beaches potentially, where some of our dog owners either don't understand the bylaws or choose to ignore them, and also an opportunity, as Councillor Lynch has pointed out, for some more social interaction. And this has certainly been the case in councils where I've worked previously that have had dog parks. So thanks to the officers for bringing this to the report. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I think the key to all of this is about the expectation of all residents and ratepayers to be responsible pet owners, just as we care for our pets and our animals at home when we take them out into public spaces. How we manage them is incredibly important, and this space will be no different. What an exciting journey to place when to think that in October 2015 this council received a petition of more than 775 people from the Livingstone Shire who requested a dog off leash area. And at the time, Brisbane City Council had something in the realm of 120 dog off leash areas back in 2015. They're now at a stage where they have more than 150, and we're finally there where we're getting our first one. And one of the pieces of anecdotal evidence which backs up the comments of all councillors is around that these spaces are not just for pets, but they are for community, and that development of friendships and that development through common interests in terms of looking after dogs, training of dogs, is something that brings people together and provides opportunities for new members of the community. Can I commend this table for taking this step, acknowledging back in 2015 those 775 people who signed both an online and a paper petition. It seemed it was quite a while ago now, but we've got there, and there's a good outcome, and I think it's a great outcome for the community. So I look forward to the continuing investigation as we view other sites around the Shire, and we look for ways to provide spaces where man, his dog, and everyone can actually enjoy themselves.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Councillor Friend, would you like to wrap up?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really have no more to say. I'm absolutely thrilled with us moving forward with this dog park, and I cannot wait to attend the opening. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Friend. All right, we've come to the vote on this, councillors. We've got a mover and Councillor Friend, a seconder and Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you very much. 12.18, thank you, Mr. Acting CEO. Councillors, we've come to 12.18, the concealed leak refund policy, and we have Mr. Casey coming into the room to present the report. And councillors, I'd just like to acknowledge that this is Mr. Casey's last week with council as an employee, and just like to thank him for his service, not only to council but to Livingstone Shire and our community. So we wish you well in your future endeavours, Mr. Casey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, councillors. It's been a pleasure working here, I'd just like to say, and you never know, I might be back one day. So my departing paper, the concealed leak refund policy. So really this is just formalising what was discussed at the previous briefing session. This is version 6 of this policy. No massive changes to version 5. The recommendations, just to jog your memory, were that we were looking to change the proportion of refund to commercial properties from 75% down to 50%. We felt that was much more equitable, and also to modify the period within which customers can actually make an application for a concealed leak rebate to within 30 days of the bill coming in after their leak. So if they have a concealed leak, then often the bill comes in significantly after that period. So we felt that it was much more reasonable to say that there's a 30-day window after that bill arrives and people can quantify how much the leak has been. And we also discussed at the briefing session whether or not the one claim per 5 years was reasonable, and I think in the briefing session the table agreed that we would keep that the same, so we're not recommending any change there. And that's it in a nutshell.
Thank you, Mr. Casey. Are there any questions on the report, councillors? No? Okay. This is in your portfolio area, Councillor Friend, so you are moving this one. Seconder, thank you. Councillor Mather, thank you. All right. Councillor Friend, would you like to speak to the report?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The report speaks for itself, so I'll take it as read. But I would like to thank Mr Casey for all of his hard work here at Livingstone Shire Council, and once again as the portfolio holder for water and waste. Wish you all the very, very best, and wherever you may go to. So just one thing with the report, which I am for. I just want to make it very clear that it states some words within the report that not just water and waste officers, but we as a council should be of the opinion that one claim per 5-year period encourages owners to ensure their internal pipework is maintained in a good working order. Should that period be reduced, there are certainly concerns that landowners, knowing they can make more frequent claims, may undertake patching of pipes rather than complete replacement. And I want to make sure that the community, as I'm also a community member and have my own internal pipe work at my home, know that it is our responsibility to ensure that our own infrastructure is up to date, and it is not a process that council is going to give you money every time you have a leak. It is a gift. It's not a right. And I just need to make sure that that was noted. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Is anyone speaking against the recommendation? Okay. Councillor Mather, would you like to speak to it?
Just very briefly, Mr Mayor. Water is very dear to my heart because I got into council on a water leak, believe it or not. Long story, we won't go into it. We won't go into it. But I understand it's a sensitive topic with everybody, and costs included. But we had a policy that was friendly. But what we're doing now, with thanks to Scott and the information input from others, we've refined it, and it's practical, and it's fair, and that's really what we're asking. And I think when people see that, they'll recognise that this is a council who's trying to work in with nature and circumstances. And these things happen to everybody. They happen to me. I'm a good test. But thanks, Scott, for refining that. No doubt we'll have people come in the future. We'll look at it objectively. But I'd like to thank you personally too for your contribution to this council. You bring a bright spark, if that's the word, and a fresh face and fresh ideas and fresh enthusiasm. And not that anybody else's enthusiasm compares, but you just brought a whole new life to us. And you've set an example here that we need to follow. And I think it's a tall bar that we really have to follow. So thank you so much for your contribution. And if you do come back, I'll shout you a coffee.
Thanks, Councillor Friend. Would anyone else like to speak to the report? Okay, we'll go to the vote on this one, councillors. We've got a mover and Councillor Friend, a seconder and Councillor Mather. All in favour? Those against? Carried. Again, that's you, Mr Casey, and all the very best to you. Which brings us now, councillors, to 12.19, which is the Keppel Kraken Community Engagement Outcomes. And we have Mr Creedman, the Executive Director, Infrastructure, to present the report. Over to you, Mr Creedman.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm presenting this on behalf of Daniel Pearce. He's a Manager of Assets and GIS. He's on leave this week, so I'm just presenting on his behalf. So the history of this initiative, the Mayoral Minute in June requested that we consider repairs and safety issues. Officers completed an assessment and brought back to the council table in August some options and solutions, and then through September we undertook community engagement to determine the community's views on 10 different proposals for improving the water park and also safety. And a summary of those responses is provided in the commentary of this report. And the removal of the terrace blocks and installation of a water feature received 77 votes. in the community engagement out of the 278 respondents. And in summary, that's the council officers recommend that we look at doing that, remove the terrace blocks and install the water features. We do have budget this year. We've allocated $105,000 from Works for Queensland towards some improvements, and it's a perfect opportunity to improve the safety and expand our water park on the waterfront. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Creedman. Are there any questions of the officer on the report, Councillor? Councillor Mathen?
No.
Oh, sorry,
Oh,
you'd
sorry.
like to- Yep. Any questions?
Yeah, the only question I'd have, without knowing exactly, or perhaps what even the decision here is today without preempting it, but importantly, I guess, to Mr. Creedman there, if in the event there is change, I guess what sort of reassurance can we get that we're looking at changes that will have minimal maintenance going forward? Is that about ensuring the councils have a look at what is proposed for the change, perhaps, just so that we can see the most efficient changes that do take place there, and not something that will attract high levels of maintenance into the future? So I guess I'm just looking for that confidence of what perhaps could proceed.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, councillor. We still have to go through some design phase to understand exactly what the new work will look like. Happy to share that with the council prior to finalising design and going out to tender for construction this financial year. But, my view would be that we would use the same palette of materials and finishes that we currently have, so it's themed. But you're right about ensuring the maintenance costs are considered. I think in previous briefing session reports we identified about a $15,000 a year ongoing operational cost for these improvements, but we can finalise that through our design and documentation and bring it back to a council briefing for update.
Any other questions, councillors? Okay, well, we'll go to the debate, and I'm happy to move this one. Seconded, Councillor Lynch. Thank you. All right, so just in making comment around this one, councillors, I think the outcome or the recommendation in the report is sound. It's based on the results of a community survey, and whereas we would have liked probably a greater response rate than we received, certainly the strongest number of votes were for this option. So as a council, I think we need to look at that and obviously take that on board. But then secondly, I think consider it in terms of the potential safety going forward, and I know that's an issue that Councillor Bello has just raised. So the recommendation is that those blocks be taken away and a water feature installed. Clearly, we would expect that design comes back to council for further discussion in a briefing session before anything goes to tender or RFQ. So thank you to you and your officers, Mr. Creedman, for the work on this. I know it sort of came out of left field a little bit, but appreciate the effort, and also take the opportunity to thank the members of the community who participated in the survey. Anyone voting against speaking against the report? Councillor Lynch, did you want to speak to it?
Just briefly, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so we had community consultation. While it wasn't a huge amount, the majority did vote to have the removal of the blocks due to safety for sure. So this will help mitigate any accidents in the future for our little babies and children that frequently use it. So just to reiterate, we're not removing the blocks. It will still have the same amount of area to be usable. So just so that the public know this. One of the big decisions for me to on behalf of the recommendation from the officers is the cost to council. If we continue to leave the blocks there, the cost to recover the blocks is quite expensive. Every 5 years, I believe they have to be replaced. So that's a bit of a financial burden to council that we can avoid. So removing these blocks is a socially and financially great move for council. I recommend it.
Thanks, Councillor Lynch. And just to follow up on slightly on that is the fact that the cost of doing these works now is going to be covered under the Works for Queensland program, so it won't cost our ratepayers a red cent. Anyone else wish to speak to the report?
Oh, look, just quickly, when you do go to community consultation like this, and you really have to go with what the people said, and we've done that, otherwise it's a farce, and yeah, I'm quite happy with the recommendation.
Thanks, Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Mather?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just briefly, I'm not arguing the report or the votes. My concern, even though it worked for Queensland, that belongs to a bucket of money that didn't come out of our ratepayers directly, but it is money that we should not have had to spend had it been thought through in the first place.
Acknowledge that comment. Thank you, Councillor Mather. Any other comments, councillors? All right. Well,
Mr. Chairman, I will have to throw something in there. And I guess in some regards, I'm probably defending the previous council in the decision they made. As an ex-councillor, Graham Scott, said, that perfection is the enemy of the good. Perfection is the enemy of the good. And for all intention and purposes, that facility was designed to the best of the abilities that we had. But I think it's a positive step that we're prepared to reflect on the assets that we have, and in this case it's a water asset. It has posed issues, and it is regrettable that we are going to spend money on it. But ultimately, and there'll be other issues where we'll get it wrong in the future. I don't doubt that, but I think with the collection of minds here, we do make the best decisions we can with the information we've got, and I hope that the community will understand the reason for why we're doing it. I spoke to several young mums, and a couple of them said, well, my kids love to climb up those blocks. And others said, well, I really worry about my kids on those blocks, and I've had one or two of them bump their heads. And so you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. But ultimately, I think this will make the park better in the long term. There'll be a wonderful change there almost. And a lot of our theme parks, they change over time, and I think we can make it even better. And that's what we're trying to do.
thank you, Councillor Bello. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you very much. I think there's probably two things that I'd like to comment on in regards to this, and the first being there's an opportunity for growth here for our council in that maybe when we're looking at community consultation, we should also consider what we're willing to consider to be a representative sample versus a sample. I think that there's a limit when, and the risk is, of course, when we are going out on consultation on such a wide variety of items, and at any one time there's multiple surveys and opportunities, that the community may suffer from almost the reverse of the desire to be surveyed, but a desire to be left alone. And so we do have to be conscious of that, and I can't accept the premise that, well, whatever the survey result tells you, well, you have to follow it, because if you've got a sample of 50 people out of 30,000, well, you know that, those were 50 people who at the time saw it on Facebook or decided to take part, or they decided that when they looked at it and it asked them to register and they went, well, they're happy to, versus someone who went, what, I have to register to fill in the survey, I'm not going to. There's a whole range of factors that influence that, and I think that an opportunity for us to grow from this is for us to consider that when we are doing some consultation around what are we going to accept to be a sample representative enough, and maybe it's actually asking some demographic questions to actually help us inform whether we're getting a good sample, whether it's just a sample, and maybe it needs some further consideration. The second, I think that we should never be scared to challenge young people, and I think that in the words of former Councillor White was that, we can get so wrapped up in this world of providing safe environments to the nth degree that children are basically wrapped up in cotton wool without having to be in the cotton, because there's nothing there that they're going to scrape their knee on, there's nothing they're going to trip on. This may be a hazard, and as Councillor Bello raised, this is a hazard that some residents have identified and said, hey, it's uncomfortable, they don't feel safe putting their children on. And I've had those same conversations where parents have raised that, and those same conversations where parents have said, you know what, my kid can sit on there, they can jump on there, it's okay. They're under my supervision, I'm supervising them. There's always going to be that diversity of views in the community, and I think that's important that in our discussion and our decision here today that that's represented and that we hear that voice. So I commend Councillor Bello for raising that. I think that is a really important place for us to ensure that all the voices and that diversity is heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Does anyone else wish to speak to the report? Okay, so we'll go to the vote. We have a mover and a seconder, councillors. So all in favour? Those against? Did you wish your vote be recorded, councillor? Okay, so that's carried. All right, thank you, Mr. Acting CEO. I'm informed now that we need to break for lunch. Councillor, so I have a procedural motion, please, to break for lunch. Moved, Councillor Eastwood. Thank you very much. All in favour? Why move for lunch? So welcome back to everyone on live stream. We'll resume the meeting. Can I have a motion to resume the meeting? Thanks for procedural motion. Move Councillor Mather. Thank you. All in favour? Thank you very much. We are now on items 13, which is the question statements or motions on notice from the councillors. And we'll go to 13.1, notice of motion, Councillor Hutton, about 100,000 trees.
Mr Mayor, I move a procedural motion for this to lay on the table.
Okay, so we have a procedural motion from Councillor Mather to lay on the table. Councillor Friend, I beg your pardon, sorry. I was looking at you at the time, Councillor Mather, I beg your pardon.
And Mr Mayor, I'm happy to state why.
Okay.
As outlined previously through the Livingstone Shire carbon strategy, council officers are already undertaking efforts to offset carbon emissions by tree planting with the propagation of native central Queensland climate-friendly fruiting trees and plants. I, for one, am all for planting more trees. The more, the better. The beautification and the carbon offsetting of our Shire. I also understand that World Vision in Indonesia had undertaken this very project of planting 100,000 trees in a region where their forest only covered 6 to 10% of the land. In Indonesia, this helped replenish groundwater and organic matter from fallen leaves, increasing soil fertility. As a result, the community was able to transform 1 hectare of their restored land into a rice field to feed their families. Worthy, absolutely worthy indeed for Indonesia. However, consideration must be given to the future maintenance of 100,000 trees in Livingstone. What will the future budgetary and workload implications for 33 open spaces staff and 1 supervisor of the nursery who manages 14 volunteers? Council absolutely currently has a target of 1,000 trees in 5 years, as is what we are limited to with staffing and finance. This target is sustainable. All of this requires...
Point of order, Mr Chairman, if I could interrupt there. Could we get some clarification around, that's a procedural motion, I believe it's been moved.
I think the line on the table for a future.
I think it's important though that procedural motions don't contain debate.
Yeah.
And I think it's probably erring into that space, with all due respect to the good councillor.
All right, we'll just, I think councillor thank you anyway, so we'll just go to the procedural motion.
Certainly, through you, Mr Mayor and Mr CEO, for a future briefing, definitely, to lay on the table for a future briefing session, and in particular, to find out what is Livingstone's capability to propagate and plant 100,000 trees. And are we capable, what is the amount of plants we are capable of planting?
Mr Chair, I certainly do understand the procedure there. I'd probably just like to see clarification through the CEO in terms of our standing orders. We've had discussion about this previously with King & Co about our standing orders, and I believe that there was a clear intent, and I'm just not sure whether it's actually been finalised, that when a motion is moved before a procedural can be put, that at least the mover of the motion is entitled to speak to the motion, and then the procedural can be activated. That's the understanding that I had that we were moving towards, but I don't know whether that was actually debated and passed, but I'd just like to see clarification in the event it hasn't.
Thanks, Councillor Bello, through the chair. The discussion to which you refer is actually part of the draft meeting procedures, which are being finalised and will come back to council. So currently we're still operating under
the previous.
Well, I suppose it's the current regime. Yeah. So the next regime will have more meat, I suppose, around how procedural motions get used, when they can be used, etc.
Yeah.
And that will be subject to further discussion with councillors as well, obviously, before it gets adopted.
Thank you.
So my understanding from the current meeting procedures, Mr Acting CEO, is that a procedural motion can be moved at any time?
My reading of the meeting procedures at the moment, Mr Mayor, would allow that to happen, yes.
Point of order, Mr Mayor. I think it is worthy of noting, though, that a procedural motion is without debate of any sort. There's no justification provided.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have a procedural motion on the books that this lay on the table for a future briefing session, councillors. It's been moved by Councillor Friend. So
I'd like to call a division on this, Mr Mayor.
Okay. So we'll go to the vote on this one, councillors. All in favour? Stand. Okay. Those against? Thank you. All right, so the procedural motion stands, or is carried. Okay, so we'll move on to 13.2. Notice of motion from Councillor Hutton, significant trees register. Councillor Hutton.
If there's a seconder, I'd like to move this motion.
Okay, you'll move. Yes, sorry, I was asking whether you're moving that, of course. Happy to second. Councillor Friend, you're seconding that one? All right. So we're in debate. Councillor Hutton, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. During the previous term of council, there was some constellation in the community or concern concern raised around the removal of some significant trees both in public and private spaces. At the time a working group started looking at the creation of a significant tree register, that work was put in development with some challenges around how to enforce or how to make it occur. There have been some examples now identified whereby significant tree registers have been able to be implemented both in the public and private spaces, one example being Melbourne City Council, another example being Fraser Coast Regional Council. And as an example of the categories that they looked at in their valuations of trees, I provided as part of the background to look at the historical value, the botanical value, the landscape value, the natural value or the cultural value, and habitat and ecological value. This motion asks that we commit to advancing the creation of a significant tree register with consideration for its application in both the public and private space. It is important that we recognise that this can have both a positive and a negative influence on the private ownership of land, which is why I think we need to investigate it further and continue looking at it. And this is really not about pushing forward and presenting the policy saying today we start a significant tree register, but rather that we advance to continuing engaging with the community, engaging with the private and public sector in the advancement of this.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Anybody speaking against?
Question, Mr. Chairman.
A question, Councillor
Yes,
May?
please. I just need to be sure what we're voting on here, because Council commits and seeks to advance the creation of a significant tree register. We're looking for a register. That means we know what we're looking for. What guidelines do we have in place to tell us what would constitute the inclusion in a register? I'm saying, do we have a policy that actually identifies what is... I think...
I understand the question, Councillor Mathen. If I can speak on behalf of Councillor Hutton, and I'm sure he'll fill in any gaps. I think the purpose of the recommendation is that we actually start the consultation process towards the creation of a tree register, and part of what your question will be incorporated in what Councillor Hutton's proposing.
Yeah, and Lise Childs, the officer who's worked in this space, has already got some really good groundwork, both from that former steering committee that was looking at it, as well as some of her own research, which gives us a really solid foundation. This is just about continuing that advancement, Councillor, knowing that an outcome of this would be a draft policy that would come to a briefing session or to a future council meeting for a decision.
Well, Mr. Mayor, to continue my question, I understand the merit in what the good councillor is trying to advocate, but the wording doesn't say that. The wording doesn't say that. We seek consultation in relation to da-da-da. The wording just doesn't say it. In other words, it means to advance the register. There are a number of steps that must take place before that. And we're not saying that. We're assuming that we know what it means. We need to be very clear when we do resolutions, because that's where we get into trouble, because people have a different opinion.
Mr. Chairman, can I just move a point of order there and ask that we either suspend standing orders to allow us to, move into open discussion. Otherwise, we're basically entered into debate here once again. So I'm happy to move a procedure that we. I'm happy to move a procedural.
I take Councillor Bellow's point, Councillor Mather. I mean, some of yours is a question, but it's also some of it's commentary. So
happy to move a procedure, Mr. Chair,
right.
to suspend standing orders to allow further discussion with a little bit more fluency, if the table would like.
Okay, so we have a procedural motion proposed by Councillor Bellow. All in favour? Okay, so we'll suspend standing orders to allow debate to continue. Councillor Mather, would you like to continue then? Thanks. Thank you, Councillor Hutton.
With the leave of the seconder to allay the fears of the Councillor Mather, I'm wondering if we may make amendment to the motion to the effect that Council requests a report be provided. A report be provided on the development of a significant tree register. Yep. And then just go down to the with consideration for its application, both the public and private space. Yeah. And that way it's... with leave of the seconder.
That's fine. Certainly, Councillor Hutton. Through you, Mr Mayor, seeing that we've suspended standing orders, there's another amendment that I would like to put to the table of this, and it is, it's all very good. I believe a tree in a private space by others, owners, others, not council, should be nominated by the owner on the National Trust Register themselves. When councils start telling people that their trees in their own property should be on a particular register, that becomes very difficult and very difficult in development, and very difficult for council to actually police trees on private property. I have looked into this, and there is a National Trust Register that people can actually register trees on their own land that they own.
So what amendment are you proposing to the resolution, Councillor?
The only amendment I'm proposing, with Councillor Hutton's leave, is with considerations for its application in public space. So, seeking to remove the private space.
All right, Councillor Hutton, can I go to you on that one?
I'd prefer, for the sake of the development of the policy, that we continue to have private space there, knowing that an outcome may be that the draft policy actually says that it's unable to be registered or unable to be controlled in that private space. But I think it's worthy of us investigating how others are seeking to do it, so that we can see if there's opportunity there for us. Where the minute we remove it, it means that our policy will simply be around the public space, and there won't be any further research into that private space because it becomes devoid of the conversation.
All right, Councillor Bello.
Yeah, just to follow up from that, I was probably going to go to the CEO if I could. Understand that he has significantly more experience than I certainly do in this space in terms of what council's authority does allow for, and in Queensland legislation, to do with private tree registers. So there would certainly be a lot there that's already in place to guide us as to how far one can go with a private register. And without exploring that, well, you don't know how far you can go. So, Mr CEO, have you got any comment on that?
Yes, thanks through the Chair. Councillor Bello, you are correct. There are many and varied ways to which privately owned assets can be regulated or protected, whichever terminology you wish to use. And so certainly I wouldn't say to the council to shy away from at least investigating that and understanding it. It could well be that at the end of it you determine not to include it, but I think it's certainly worthy of having a look at.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor, that's fine.
Councillor Mather. Well, I think the first step in this process, Councillor, might be, with absolute respect to that comment, is the report. Once we determine from the report what the difficulty is or the level of ease with respect to this, we can potentially then look at a policy as a follow-on from that, Councillor Hutton. Well, I'm not saying that you're wrong, Councillor. I think the first step in the process is a report to advise us as to what the next step what the next likely step is.
Mr Mayor, I guess there are many ways of doing it. You could do it via policy, you could do it via local law, you could do it via planning scheme. So there are options available. I guess ultimately what council is wishing to do is identify ways to perhaps protect or preserve vegetation which has some type of note, whether it be cultural or environmental. The word here, which has been used, is significant. Again, there are different terms that you can use. So I think it's understanding what the intent is, and then officers going away, preparing that body of work, bringing it back to councillors to look at. It could well be you end up with a policy. It could well be that you don't have a policy, you have a local law, or it could well be that you do something in your planning scheme. But there are different options available to you.
And those will be teased out in the report, Mr. Acting CEO. Okay. All right. Any other discussion, councillors? Okay, so we're happy to resume standing orders. Can I have someone move that? Councillor Mather, thank you. All right, so we now have an amended motion before us, councillors. It reads as follows: that council request a report be provided on the development of a significant tree register with consideration for its application in both public and private space. Moved by Councillor Hutton, seconded by Councillor Friend. Anyone, Councillor Hutton, did you wish to speak to the new amendment?
No, but reserve the right to wind up.
Right. Anyone else wish to speak to the report, or to the resolution? We give pardon. Councillor Friend.
Thank you. I'd like to congratulate Councillor Hutton on bringing this to the forefront of our attention. Since declaration of office on the 9th of April, I've pursued this matter with council officers. Council, as we know, does not currently have a notifiable tree register. The term notable trees or vegetation comes from council's policy and procedure for management of vegetation on council-controlled land. 5.1J states to identify and preserve significant valuable trees based on historic, visual, cultural, social and ecological criteria. In February-March 2019, the Capricorn Coast Mirror ran a number of stories regarding the significance of local trees and vegetation, and that council was approached by the Byfield Habitat Group and other interested community members to review and enhance the recognition and protection of notable vegetation and significant trees. In response, council held a number of meetings of community representatives and council staff. The outcome was the notable vegetation survey. 86 sites were nominated and some multiple times. There were some concerns expressed around relying on a register to identify specific locations due to the costs of creating and maintaining it versus having a system that protects all vegetation and provides certain exemptions or permit processes for clearing. A register can bring benefits in terms of public awareness, and with our online Get Involved, perhaps there is scope for encouraging the community to create publicly available maps or to place more entries on the existing registers, such as the National Trust. So it is definitely worthy, and I endorse this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Would anyone else like to speak to the report, or the resolution, I should say? Councillor Bello?
Yep, I will very briefly, pretty well just to back up what's already been said, but when I refer to a previous experience where there was a beautiful old fig tree that was on private property, which had to make way for development, and that was certainly at the within the full rights of the private ownership of that property to do that. I remember speaking with the gentleman who was the owner of that property and just asked, would he consider another plan that could incorporate the tree? And very respectfully, I think it was advised to me that, look, it is private land. Had we have known the significance of this tree to the community, we may have considered it differently and designed it differently. So I don't know where we end up with this in terms of private land significant trees, but if we don't, put it out there, test the boundaries and the appetite within the community for a common sense approach, then we won't know. So I look forward to this advancement.
Thanks, Councillor Bello. Councillor Eastwood?
Just briefly, look, this is a really good way to go. I think it makes a lot of sense. My only concern, and I am speaking for the motion, is as long as there's rights of appeal to private landowners, and I'm sure that'll go into whatever the register turns out like, or policy, or whatever. But we need to make sure that we do look after our private landowners' rights.
Thanks, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone else? Okay. To Councillor Hutton to sum up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone, for their contributions to this debate. And I think the two telling statements in there is around preserving, protecting, but also educating. And if we can provide to landowners when they purchase a block of land advice around the age of their tree or the significance to the local environment or the local ecosystem, then that better informs them and allows them to make choices. That can only occur if there's some form of instrument to achieve that. Now, it may be that it's a register, it may be that it's a property note, it may be that it's simply a nomination on the National Tree Register. I don't know what it is, but I think that having a common sense approach whereby we investigate the opportunity is a step forward for us. I don't believe that anyone at this table seeks to inhibit and stop someone from rightfully using their land for their purpose and achieving great outcomes for them and their family, for their business opportunity. But where we can achieve a great outcome for a neighbourhood and promote, you know, when we see neighbourhoods where every tree is cut down in the development phase and then replanted, so much is lost in that period, and it's only about 10 years later when you see the restoration of these mature trees growing that you actually get a truly a shady tree neighbourhood, which is a fantastic outcome. So if we can protect along the way some of these significant trees, we're actually enhancing that neighbourhood, and I think that's where I'm coming from in promoting this. Jack's Paddock, the leaders of Jack's Paddock were very keen on the idea, and I thought that it was well and worth of our having a conversation following on from the work of the previous council in developing this starting back in 2019, as Councillor Friend advised.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Okay, councillors, we have a mover in Councillor Hutton, a seconder in Councillor Friend. The resolution is before us. All in favour? Those against? Do you wish your vote to be recorded, Councillor? Okay, carried. .3, notice of motion from Councillor Hutton, 1 for 2 trees. Councillor Hutton, I'll go to you first to speak to this, and then I'll just ask for questions from the floor, if that's okay.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. This is a starting point. I didn't know if it would be 1 for 2, 1 for 5, 1 for 10, but I thought that it was worthy of a conversation of our table and getting some feedback from our community around what I know is a concern for many, that in the development phase of estates, we do see quite large-scale clearing, but all within the regulations and the rules, but about putting some foundation back in around how do we restore that community to a sense of shade and to a sense of place using the natural benefits that we have in terms of trees. This motion is not asking that we today commit to a policy of adopting for every tree that you cut down, or for every 2 trees that you cut down that you replace it with 1, but rather that we look at, and I particularly that first sentence where it says the impact of adopting a policy, so that we can actually see, is this something that's financially sustainable? Is the burden too great that we'd be putting on ratepayers or developers? Is the consequence something where we're going to see, and I've seen one example where in a southern council down in South Australia, they had developers adhering to the policy by planting trees, but due to a lack of maintenance or the very quick turnover when they went from being on public maintenance to being on private ownership, most of the trees died within their first year, in which case, you know, it's an ineffectual act. All you've done is truly drawn the nutrients out of the ground so that later on it will be harder for something to sustain and grow. I think it's worthy of our investigation, and it's an opportunity that we can take forward with our community, and that's why I'd be suggesting that, you know, it's worthy of us looking at.
All right, thank you, Councillor Hutton. Are there any questions in relation to this notice of motion? Councillor
Thanks, Mr.
Mather.
Mayor. If this becomes a policy, 2 for 1, 3 for 1, whatever the case may be, then it would become, I would imagine, one of the overlays that actually is relevant to any development application.
Is this a question, Councillor?
Yeah, I'm just asking, is that the case? Because if it's going to be a 2 for 1 every time a tree is removed, then it becomes a policy which goes in with all the other policies and overlays that are subject to development applications.
Through the chair, it wouldn't be an overlay. It would be no different to any other requirement. For example, if you're doing a development, you're required to construct the road, so it's a sealed road, curb and channel, etc. In this case, it would be a requirement that if you removed 2 trees, you're required to put 1 in. So it's not an overlay, it would be a development standard. Correct.
All right, any other questions?
Yeah, just a question. I just wonder how possible that might be if you've got a rural block and you're subdividing whatever, and you have to take down, you know, well, you have to cut out 400 trees. You know, if it's 200 trees, there mightn't be the room to actually plant those trees. And I'm just worried about it's becoming law and maybe not a guideline. Well, don't get me wrong. I think we do need to have as many trees as we like. But I'm just concerned about how it comes about.
Thanks, Councillor Eastwood. Any other questions?
I guess just to pick up from Councillor Eastwood's point there and to Councillor Hutton there, can you give us any more, or elaborate on who actually is replacing the 1 for 2? Is it the property owner? Is it the developer? Is it council? Is it on private land? Would it be public land? And who would bear the cost of maintaining those additional trees that are replaced?
Yep, these were all things that I believe that could be discussed in the report that we would seek, talking about the impact on each of those parties. In my mind, I believe that the developer is the person who's engaging in the development of the estate, so maybe it's that they do a tree count at the start and start lining their streets with trees as opposed to waiting to put them on the individual properties that are going to be owned by private individuals. Maybe it's that they actually provide a gift to the homeowner or the landowner when they're selling them off as property, saying, hey, you know, here's 5 trees for you to plant in your backyard. And I think most people, when they've bought a new house, might be interested. I don't know what it looks like yet, but as you'll see, it is a request for a discussion around the impacts and the possibilities, as opposed to something that's providing all the answers, because I don't believe I have all the answers yet, but I think, you know, it's a conversation I'd like to see us have.
All right, any other questions, councillors? All right, Councillor Hutton, I'm assuming you wish to move this, so
yes, thank you, Mr.
seek a seconder. Thank you. Councillor Friend. All right, we're in debate now, so Councillor Hutton, you've spoken to this. I'm assuming you'll reserve the right to sum up at the end.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm very happy to second this motion of Councillor Hutton's, as I'm very encouraged that Councillor Hutton has submitted this motion that is at the very heart of his portfolio for development and planning. Too many developments strip our landscape of trees and natural habitat and our fauna and our fauna as well, leaving scorched earth. So many community-minded individuals have approached me already to see if we can save trees within developments. I agree and support Councillor Hutton in this endeavour to place on notice the developers in replacing the trees ripped out for the sake of level saleable blocks of land. I do ask that our planning scheme be reviewed to include the green zones. I commit this to the table.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anybody voting or speaking against this resolution? Anyone wish to speak for it?
Nothing ventured, nothing gained, Mr Chairman, so I look forward to seeing the robust discussion that and what it brings forth and the recommendation that comes from it. So, and just a point, I guess, to be reminded of the estates that perhaps many of us live in. If you're in a standard housing estate that may be 10, 15, 20 years old, I'm mindful that the public generally do a great job of revegetating their suburbs with the most appropriate species that are relevant. But I think there is a place, perhaps even for the community nursery, to be involved in some sort of partnership with new developments, perhaps that could have species available and little seedlings available through that process. So certainly prepared to have a look at it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bello. And I'll just make a comment of my own around this. I'm prepared to support this at this stage in terms of a report coming to Council and us having a discussion about this. I will struggle to support this as a recommendation or a resolution for a policy document that applies across the board, though, because I'm very mindful, and Councillor Eastwood touched on this before. And Mr Milroy in the audience will recall this. I'm reminded of many years ago, the citrus orchards around Emerald got a pest infestation in them, and they had to be ploughed up. They just put a bulldozer through the whole lot. So are we going to say to those graziers, those citrus growers, you have to replace every tree you have destroyed with 2? And that would be taking it to a silly extent and something that would be totally unworkable and something that I would clearly not support. But I'm happy to have the discussion. I'm happy to have the report come to the table about this. and obviously I'll vote accordingly following that. All right, Councillor Hutton, you have moved this. Councillor Friend is seconding it. So we'll go to the vote on this one, councillors. I'm sorry, you're going to sum up, I beg your pardon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think what you touch on is at the heart of environmentalism is about practicality. And I think where we go in the development of consideration of a policy has to be practical and has to be applicable to the circumstances of our community. A residential community in infill close to town is going to be definitely different to people who are on acreage, which is definitely different to people who are on hectare blocks, and we need to be mindful of that in what we propose and how it applies to them and those circumstances, because I think, as we'd all be aware, that council, as the level of government closest to people, hears them and sees their problems straight up, and we have to be practical in our approach. The Livingstone 2050 Community Plan clearly states that there's a delicate balance that our community is seeking between environmentalism, between the development of green neighbourhoods, along with jobs and growth. And in putting this forward, I'm not seeking to inhibit the jobs and growth mantra, which is important for so many in our community, but rather looking to find that delicate balance and find the synergy between these two and how we can apply it in a local context. I look forward to the support at the table.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. So we'll go to the vote on this one now, councillors. So we have the mover and a seconder. Can I have a show of hands for all in favour? Those against? Councillor Mather, you wish your vote to be recorded? Okay. So that is carried. Before we move on to 13.4, councillors, can I make a comment I meant to make at the beginning of the notice of motion discussion today? I noticed from a lot of the notices of motion that are coming to the table now that they've been put by councillors in relation to areas that aren't necessarily within their own portfolios. So I would just suggest to the councillors, if you wish to put a notice of motion, that is obviously your right to do that. But if you could extend the courtesy to the portfolio holder in the area that you're putting the notion forward for, a discussion around this with the portfolio holder I think would be appropriate. Because that way you may well be informed of things that are going on that you're unaware of, and it also provides the portfolio holder with the courtesy of being informed as well. So that would be my suggestion going forward, and probably all guilty of it at some stage, apart from those councillors who haven't put forward a notice of motion to the table yet. But I would just suggest that it would be good practice that if you're going to put a notice of motion to the table that is outside your portfolio area, you discuss that with the portfolio holder before you do that. Moving on to 13.4, Councillor Hutton is from cradle to grace. And again, I'll ask you to speak to this one, Councillor, then I'll ask questions and we'll go to debate.
Yeah, very briefly, councillors, I'm sure that you've all had questions from the community in regards to the capacity locally for childcare services, but also for the potential growth of the retirement sector. What I'm seeking to extrapolate from the organisation through these two reports is, number one, what is our current capacity? What opportunities are there for to actually further grow this sector? Almost preliminary guiding, I believe that we're going to find that there's a growth market in each of these fields, and then discerning what opportunities there are for us as a council to either grow this sector through promotion, through incentives, but I honestly believe it's just through raising awareness outside of our region of the opportunity and the needs in this market space, but also providing some very clear guidance to the community around what's already been approved. Quite often the last port of call is to blame council and say, well, council hasn't approved enough blocks of land, to only find out that council has. It's just that development hasn't progressed, or to find out that opportunity has not been taken up by those who've got existing approvals in place. So by opening the doors on these two topics, I'm seeking to provide some clearance or transparency for the community around what's already available, but also provide us as a council table with some opportunity to examine the opportunity for us to advance what I believe are growth markets for our community and filling much needed community services and assets.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Are there any questions on this one, councillors? Councillor Lynch?
Yeah, just through the Mayor to you, Councillor Hutton, just in regards to the childcare feedback provider A, B and C, I just want to get a bit more information in regards to childcare. Is there predominantly a wait list more for parents that are working full-time, or is this C&K, or just to get a feel of what's going on out there?
So the feedback I've received is that it's actually an inhibitor to people coming back into the workforce. To provide my own example, and it's only one that arose this week, is that our family circumstances have been that my wife has been part-time working. She's been offered a contract to work full-time, but there are no spots available at the daycare where our child goes, so she won't be able to accept a full-time contract because there's literally a waiting list of 7 families already looking for spots in childcare at our particular facility. This morning prior to council, I rang 2 other facilities, found that they're in similar boats. When I spoke to one, and this was all post having written this motion, where I contacted one facility where they said they've got a 2-year wait list for kids to come even into their centre as a family to start, and that they can't even promise. One facility also spoke to me about the fact that they can't even promise the kids they've currently got there that they'll have spots next year depending on the total population of their centre. So there's a very strong need in that marketplace as a supporter of families in working environments, supporting re-entry to work, but it's also an inhibitor there.
And quickly, another question you might not be able to answer. Do you know if there's any prospect of a developer or a private enterprise wanting to put daycare into our shire?
That is hopefully one of the outcomes of the report, is to talk about what's the current capacity and what's what current approvals are in place to try and get that out there, so we can see, are we having, is there actually 20 that have been approved but never acted on, or is there currently none that have been approved that are not acted on? So that if that's the case, I think that gives us the incentive to go forward and maybe it's that we end up going and talking to 5 childcare providers and saying, hey, do you know that there's a waiting list of more than 300 kids in our local area? If you built a facility, you can access that. So trying to get some information out there to help inform us as to what steps we can take to support our economy and support our families.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have a question for Councillor Hutton. In these reports that you're requesting, are you insinuating that council facilitate their own childcare centre at all?
It hadn't been my thought, to be honest, Councillor. I believe where possible the private sector should be left to do what the private sector can do best. But where I believe there's a role for council is both as an advocate for those families in making awareness for multinational corporations that have no local presence. They wouldn't know that we're currently in a state where we've hit capacity, if that's the case. So they won't know that there's space in this market unless they're really canny and looking deeply. We are quite removed from those big urban centres. So potentially we could go down that track, but that's more I was thinking about if we can raise a level of awareness as to the situation here locally, then we will actually have the opportunity to encourage and educate potential private sector investors who might want to come forward and invest.
Thank you. And my next question is through Mr. Mayor to the CEO. Brett, at this point, do we know whether our Community Development Centre and or Strengthening Families are currently doing something similar in this regard to help those that approach them say, well, hang on, we have these childcare centres, etc., etc.?
Through the Chair, Strengthening Family Connections is a counselling service, so it doesn't get approached about childcare, nor would it. The community centre, if somebody came to them and asked where were existing providers, they would be given a list or they'd be pointed in the direction where they are. But again, the community centre doesn't run childcare, nor would it run childcare, because quite frankly that's a whole lot of regulation that makes us look amateur. And I don't say that lightly, having seen it. So no, it's not something that we would do.
Question, if I may, Mr. Chair, to the CEO. From a planning perspective, do you believe that there is more council could do to entice or encourage, or is there, do you feel that there is a shortfall or a deficiency perhaps in Livingstone at the moment in that space that childcare providers would be unable to identify the opportunity here So is there more that, from the planning sphere's perspective, that could be done, do you think?
I'm aware of at least one approval that's been in place for a few years for a new childcare centre. That one's in the new park.
Yep.
And it hasn't shown any signs of progressing. And I guess from that point of view, council's done what it can do in that respect, and it's up to that operator to make a decision as to what they wish to do. And look, the comment I said before might have been seen as flippant, but it is true. The regulation in that industry is astronomical, and the requirements on them when it comes to starting up is extremely rigorous, as it probably should be, I guess, given that it's dealing with children and our future. So I guess it's probably there is where some of the jam is, or the hurdles and impediments are for people being able to expand, and some of the issues here as well. When they talk about whether some areas are landlocked, understand that, and then they're forced to either buy out next door, which is a difficult proposition. There are also some issues which I don't know whether the industry has changed since I last personally dealt with the childcare centre, which was in my days of the Whitsundays, so that was some time ago. But I know there was a particular developer wishing to develop a certain size childcare. They had to duplicate them side by side. They couldn't actually have a single administration or a single kitchen, etc., because the regulations said that this is the maximum number you could have. So then they were forced to mirror their development on adjoining lots, which then meant you're paying for twice of it, two of everything, when you could have had some savings in there, but because of the way the regulations were set up. Now, that was a decade ago. Whether those regulations have been eased or not, I couldn't comment, but I know that they're some of the impediments that they face.
Mr Mayor, I think if it's been identified that there are shortfalls in childcare generally, I think this is not the primary role of councils, I don't believe, because we don't need to tie our officers up doing surveys when this is a role of the state government. And I think the first approach, and I don't know whether you've been there, Councillor, but I think this is, if parents have the knowledge that there are shortfalls...
Councillor May, sorry to interrupt you, is this, we're still in questions here, so
Yeah.
is this the question?
Has the councillor been to the state government to convey these concerns or these potential shortfalls?
Short answer, no. Long answer, I believe that the outcomes of a report that looks at the current capacity, notes any current approvals, and looks at actions or opportunities would be the data that would be useful to take to the state government in our role as advocates if we want to see change.
Any other questions?
Sorry, if I could have the indulgence of the councillors, I guess this is one thing to be cognizant of as we go through this suite of notices of motion that we have today, and indeed some of the others that we've had previously. There are a number of reports and a number of investigations that these are going to require the organisation to do. At some stage, we will have to come back to council and say, we only have this amount of resource. They're currently doing this body of work. If you now wish us to pick up and do this additional body of work, you need to prioritise this and tell us which projects we cease doing in order to pick this up. Because the alternative, we can only squeeze so much out of what we have. And the more projects we put on, the more strain that creates in the organisation. So there's one or two things. We either reprioritise and push some things out, or we have to look at creating more staff. And that comes at a cost as well. So I guess just be cognizant, Councillor, I'm not saying that these things are good, bad or indifferent. I'm just identifying that with each resolution comes a further body of work, and the officers, it's not as if the officers are sitting there with nothing. They are all working, in some cases, beyond what they may otherwise be having to do, and I think we need to be aware of that.
Are there any other questions for Councillor Hutton?
Oh, I've got a question for the CEO, actually, Mr Mayor. Mr CEO, can there be a provision through planning for if we have a shortfall in something like childcare or aged care, that there can be discounted DA applications and all that sort of stuff. I just went on to, I was on the Gold Coast website yesterday, Gold Coast City Council, and they've got all these COVID discounts, and I just wondered whether there was any way that if we see a shortfall somewhere that we can actually offer something.
Ultimately, councillors, you can choose to offer anything that you wish to do, I guess, ultimately, but you need to also understand what will that actually benefit anything, because you can have a number of approvals sitting there. People have gotten their cheap applications, but they still don't go ahead. Why aren't they going ahead? Well, maybe they can't afford to do it anyway, or the banks aren't going to lend to them for different reasons. So I guess ultimately what happens there is that council is the loser, insofar as it's the one that's offered the discounts or it's subsidised, however you wish to term it, but nothing's still eventuated out at the other end. And I guess that's probably the balance that you need to identify. Is there some other way of incentivising it? You might be able to look at, and this is just me thinking off the top of my head, if there are certain things that you really wanted to push, you might say, well, okay, we will look to offer a discount in that we will give you a refund of X% if you commence this development within this time frame. So therefore, unless it goes ahead, council's lost nothing, and if something does go ahead, we can argue, well, council has invested in this through the community, and the return is that development has actually occurred. So I guess, again, that's just me thinking off the top of my head, but they're things that you want to look at to be maybe a bit more nuanced than just saying, we'll just give people discounts, because that doesn't necessarily guarantee.
Well thought through. Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? All right, we'll go to debate on this one. So Councillor Hutton is no doubt moving.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Can I get a seconder on this one, please? Councillor Eastwood. Thank you. All right, so Councillor Hutton, did you wish to speak to your motion or reserve the right to
Reserve the right to speak.
All right, thank you. Councillors, I'll just make a comment on this one from my own personal position. I'm struggling with this, quite frankly. The reason I'm struggling is, why are we identifying or singling out the childcare and aged care sectors? There are commercial operators in both of those sectors, and there are also government-owned entities operating in them as well. If we're going to look at, in a report form, incentives and opportunities for Livingstone to increase capacity within childcare and with aged care, then given the fact that there are commercial operators... Yep.
Point of order, shouldn't you be bringing this up as a contrary argument if we're in debate?
I am bringing it up as a contrary argument.
Oh, well, I thought, okay,
Yep.
sorry.
Yeah. So, my position is that if we're going to seek a report that outlines the incentives and opportunities for increasing capacity in aged care and childcare, why wouldn't we be doing it for other sectors? Hospitality, retail. So that's where I'm struggling with this, and that's why at this point in time I'm actually not going to support this one. I'm not detracting from its worthiness in any sense. I just struggle with the fact that it's limited itself to two particular sectors. Anyone speaking for them? Councillor Eastwood, you wish to speak for it?
Look, just briefly, Mr. Mayor, I would just like to see a discussion paper where we can speak about this and open it up in a briefing session with some information from our officers. If there's a lack there, I think it needs to be addressed. Whether there may be other areas or not, I just think that it's an area that does need to be addressed. There does appear to be a shortfall, so we need to discuss it. So I'll be going for it.
Okay, anyone speaking against?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate and respect Councillor Hutton and for what he's wanting to do and bring back the report. My concerns are endorsing Councillor Mather earlier in relation to the staff, the amount of work that they have on, what our Mr. Acting CEO has said, And that really does concern me. To me, this is a state government issue and not local government issue. And I would, I'm against this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking for it? Anyone against? Councillor Lynch first, thank you.
Sorry, just briefly. Again, I don't want to put pressure on our officers to just load more work onto them. I think it's just we need to be mindful of trying to maybe attract a private enterprise, but knowing if you're going to set up a private enterprise childcare centre, it is very costly. You're looking between $2 to $4 million. You have to have big open spaces to you know, have as many children as you can, a capacity to make a profit on those childcare centres. So it is a big ask for someone to come in and, you know, put a childcare centre forward. It would be wonderful. It would be great. It'd be great to entice them, but I don't want to put any pressure on the officers.
Thank you, Councillor Lynch. Anyone speaking for it? Against? Councillor Mather?
Thank you. And thank Councillor Hutton for bringing this up, because I think if any of us see struggling out there in the community for one reason or another, it's always good to have discussions on it. As I said earlier, our resources need to be put into the areas that are meant for their resources, the things that have to be done under local government. And although this one does play a part in local government, in the first instance, it's a state matter. Bureau of Statistics bring out figures all the time. They know the number of people who are out of work. They know the number of childcare centres that are available. They know the shortfall that there are out there. And with this COVID thing, people are working from home. Some go to work. And it's a mad world at the moment. And it's uncertain. And of course, the mothers need to know that they've got a place for their child if they can get back into the workforce. But I think the first instance, the first port of call is the state government, who have the resources, who have the knowledge and the stats and the responsibility to take whatever action. We will play a part as a local government, but in the first instance, it belongs to the state, as aged care does. And I'm sure that we'll help in any way we can. And discussion papers are most important. That's how we get to the bottom line and the best outcome. But at the moment, initially, we're not the ones to be actually triggering this.
I call a division, Mr Mayor.
Okay, before we do that, I'll go to Councillor Hutton to sum up. Thank you, Councillor Hutton.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. In putting forward this motion, I was looking for Livingstone to really advocate for its residents and ratepayers. With both a growing ageing population and a large amount of growth in the number of families choosing the livability of our shire for their home, the need for aged care facilities and childcare services is growing. It is a stark reality. Without available placements in both of these sectors, families will be required to locate or choose alternate communities, to the loss of our shire in terms of our collective well-being and our economy and the diversity and the composition of the future Livingstone community. These two sectors are both stable sources of employment and are affected by the affordability, which is at the heart of what council does. If we take the first step and we identify the market, if we take the first step and identify what's the current capacity, what current approvals are out there, all of which are within the purview of council because we're the ones who provide the approvals for these centres, if we look at what opportunities there are for us to examine case studies of actions or opportunities to provide incentives, to educate, to advocate, we're ensuring that instead of our community suffering a market failure whereby there is no capacity, there is no potential for growth, and these are inhibitors on our economy, we're in fact playing our role in addressing it. If we leave these for a myriad of reasons for other actors or say it's not our responsibility and someone else will do it, it's very hard for us to later on and say that we don't share our fair share of the blame for the inhibition of growth. We know that our families are a growing part of our community. We know that our seniors are a growing part of our community. We know that they're going to be an important part of the future of this community for many years to come. as with all parts of our business where we have to address how we provide for access to ensure that as people become more mature in their outlook that they can still go down the streets, they can still use our facilities, we should also be making sure they have somewhere to put over their head. As we make sure that we have space that's designated in consultation with Education Queensland for future schools and growth, we should also be playing our role and saying, hey, if there's a market here for more daycare facilities, then what are we doing to try and encourage them? Now, we can't force someone to come into the market. We can't force them to come to our community. But when our community is just 30,000 out of a population of multiple millions, they can see the data from the southeast corner and see where the market is the biggest and the best and they can make the most money. It has to be about us going out to them and saying, hey, you can make a real difference in this community. And I feel that as advocates for our community, that's a role that we could play here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Okay, councillors, we have a mover in Councillor Hutton and a seconder in Councillor Eastwood. We'll go to the vote and the division has been called by Councillor Friend, so I'll ask you to stand for this one. Thank you. So those in favour of the resolution? Thank you. Those against? Okay, the resolution is lost. Thank you, councillors. We'll move on to 13.5, and again, Councillor Hutton, I'll ask you to speak to this, and then we'll go to questions.
Yes, the background to this, Mr. Mayor, is that in the first term of the renewed Livingstone Shire, there was a discussion around looking at urban food bowls and the potential for planting of fruit trees, both in parks and urban settings, but also on streetscapes. At that time, there wasn't an appetite to investigate it further. I thought with a new council and new faces, it may be worthwhile us having another conversation and seeing if there's an appetite around an urban food bowl in Livingstone. Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Are there any questions of Councillor Hutton in relation to this notice of motion? Councillor Mather.
I hate to be a killjoy, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if we've got enough information on this to be able to follow this through. And I'd have to say that I'd like to know how many people around this table have actually got fruit trees in their backyard.
That was a question, I take it, Councillor Mather. A few, I'd probably suggest. Any further questions of Councillor Hutton? Thank you. All right, Councillor Hutton is moving. Councillor Friend is seconding. Councillor Hutton, did you wish to speak to the report again or reserve your right at the end? Thank you. All right, anyone speaking against?
So we've had questions with...
We've got to move. We're in debate now. Okay. We've got a mover, a seconder. We've had I've offered Councillor Hutton the opportunity to speak to it, so now I'm going to someone who wishes to speak against it.
Just if I could ask the question to the CEO, or would you like for a question to the CEO?
Yeah, we are. We're
Okay,
moving on.
right.
Okay. So we'll go to speakers for, then Councillor Friend.
Thank you. Currently, as we sit here, council officers and economic development are undertaking a new project in partnership with Jack's Paddock Community Garden and interest from Capricorn Coast Land Care to plant more native fruiting trees in strategic areas of Yeppoon to beautify and enhance our community areas. This project is called Shady Lanes. Community members came up with this idea themselves. We as a community group, not council. They spoke of beautiful mandarin trees, orange trees, lemon and other trees to be planted in Yeppoon CBD. It was soon noted that these types of fruit trees are incredibly labour intensive with pruning and required pesticides that were not cohesive with our environment, as the pesticides eventually make their way into our drains and ultimately into our reef marine environment. So behind the scenes and in collaboration with Council's nursery already, There are a number of native fruiting trees and plants that will satisfy as hardy plants to withstand our harsh central Queensland conditions, such as, and if you'll excuse me, I'll use their common names because I'm not adept with Latin: coastal aspen, Queensland ebony, yellow tulipwood, sandpaper fig, yellow camal, native tamarind, cocky apple, Burdekin plum, Illawarra plum, peanut tree and creek lily. And these are all native fruiting trees. Our environment of higher than average temperatures, salt-filled wind and natural fauna such as flying fox and possums is not conducive with the beautiful fruit trees which flourish in a cooler climate. However, by laying this notice of motion on the table, we're not laying it on the table, by passing this notice of motion, we can all move forward and discover an emerging beautification of our whole shire called Shady Lanes, thanks to the commitment by council officers who have already commenced this project. So therefore, through our acting CEO, which you'll be happy about, the preliminary work is already done. So I do endorse this to come back in a briefing session. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Is anyone speaking against? All right. Any further people? Councillor speaking for? Councillor Lynch.
Yeah, I'm quite passionate about this, and thanks for bringing this to the table, Nigel. There are many stakeholders with an interest and capacity to green our urban landscape, and engaging them all to contribute to a greening of our Livingstone Shire, it does require a plan and strategic action. The physical greening of our urban environment, it's important because it filters and improves air we breathe, provides shade for our houses and streets, can regulate sunlight to our houses and streets as well, reduces urban runoff and stormwater pollution, improves the appearance, economic value and livability of our region. It also supplies a food source for our community, and it provides connection to nature, so I'm all for this.
Thank you, Councillor Lynch. Does anyone else wish to speak to the notice of motion? Councillor Hutton, I'll go to you to sum up. All good? Thank you. Okay, councillors, we have a mover in Councillor Hutton and a seconder in Councillor Friend. We'll go to the vote on this. All in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you. 13.6, residential housing markets. And again, Councillor Hutton, I'll go to you to speak to your notice of motion, and we'll go to questions afterwards.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Again, this is an identified marketplace where there's a perception in the community of both market failure but also a failure on behalf of council to plan for the future. And I felt that by undertaking or receiving a report from officers that looked at the current capacity, that looked at the approval statistics that demonstrate some really interesting data, particularly for this last 12 months, the current incentives that council has, as well as any planned actions or opportunities that Livingstone could undertake to increase capacity in supporting the growth and need for affordable residential housing, which I know is being addressed by the Economic Task Force. What we're providing is transparency and outlining to the community, but also helping us plan for the future. We know that we'll be undertaking budget considerations starting early next month and continuing on. If there is going to be a need for any additional incentives, I thought it's important that we start this work investigating this space early, as opposed to, leaving it till March.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. I have a question. Was there consideration given in your mind to whether this should be a discussion paper or is this something to a briefing session?
I suppose the reason I thought of it being a discussion paper that would come back to council is that so that there was that line of sight for the community. Quite often I think each of us individually have received feedback from real estate agents saying that there's not enough available land on the market or there's not enough zone land, and I think providing some transparency of what the officers can tell us around the availability, the zoned land, the 10-year supply that's forecast as part of the town plan would be invaluable in providing that to the community, as well as then being able to provide the statistics about the number of people that we've actually helped through the daily planner, the duty planner, as well as the number of applications that we've received and resolved in this last 12-month period would all be beneficial to the community. And if the case is that there is no market failure, which hopefully we will identify through this process, then that feedback also goes back to the community.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Hutton. Any other questions of Councillor Hutton?
Not to Councillor Hutton, but to the CEO. Mr. CEO, taking into context your previous comments around workloads and what have you, I guess the same would apply, or is there the scope within these various motions that we're being considered or presented with, ones that are more laborious than others, and can you advise us perhaps a little bit on that?
Thanks, Councillor Bello. Through the Chair, I suppose just to clarify, my comments before weren't directed specifically at that item. It was just opportune at that stage to make that comment. A lot of the statistics to which this item refers to is available through the government statistician, and we would also have a degree of that. There might have to be a bit of polishing done to it, but it's stuff, in this instance, this would be fairly easily pulled together. However, my comments about life in general, or notices in motion in general, still applies, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Okay, so Councillor Hutton, I'm assuming you're moving this.
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor.
Is there a seconder for this one? Thank you.
Yeah,
Councillor Bello, thank you. All right, so we have a mover in Councillor Hutton and a seconder in Councillor Bello. Councillor Hutton, did you wish to reserve your right to sum up at the end again?
No, I'm happy to speak now if you don't
Okay,
mind.
go ahead.
As I previously stated, it's a common thread of conversation around social media platforms and within the community that Livingstone lacks immediate capacity for affordable residential accommodation in both the homeowner and rental markets. In seeking a discussion paper for this topic, I hope that we can explore the data to inform a true view and provide clarity for the community as to our current capacity, the current approval process statistics and results, and highlight the actions of council where incentives have been provided to promote / to support this sector. It's also worthwhile within this frame to examine potential opportunities beyond today in recognition of the growth and the want for affordable residential accommodation in our Shire.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Is anyone speaking against the notice of motion? Anyone wishing to speak for it?
Only to say that in many ways these are good problems to have, and we are a growing community, and when you reflect on COVID and the consequences of it on certainly our community, it would appear that it's actually put sort of positive challenges on us to be able to handle the increase that we see right across all sectors of or virtually all sectors of our economies, and it does require us to, I guess, to think progressively in order to best capture that momentum while we can. And I believe Councillor Lynch even sent through an email that following the conference there that highlighted to us the need as a council to be, very mindful of positioning ourselves as best we can to maximise our potential. If Councillor Lynch would hopefully nod her head to agree with me on that. So yeah, happy to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Councillor Eastwood.
Look, I'll just speak quickly to it, Mr. Mayor. Having a discussion paper is a great beginning. A couple of years ago, you could drive through our Shire and there were vacant properties everywhere for rent. And it just shows how progressive we've been in the last couple of years, including having problems with COVID. However, we do need to put it out there. We need to make sure that our supply is big enough and large enough for our population, and having a paper will help us to look into that and get some insight from those that are best able, our experts, to guide us in the right direction.
Thanks, Councillor Eastwood. Does anyone else wish to speak to the notice of motion? All right, councillors, we've got a mover and a seconder, so we'll go to the vote on this. All in favour? Those against? You wish your vote recorded, councillor? Okay, thank you. That's carried. The 13.7, which is another notice of motion from Councillor Hutton, United Nations Sustainability Goals. Again, Councillor Hutton, I'll go to you to speak to this and call for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The background to this is earlier towards the end of term 3 school time, so it would have been late August, early September. I received a number of emails that I believe all councillors received from students at Yeppoon High with specific relationships to the United Nations Sustainability Goals and things that they were looking for either council to do, or they were looking for council to let them know about things that we were already doing in this space. And having read the goals and the ambitions that they're achieving, I saw that these fit really well with what we were seeking to do through the Livingstone 2050 plan. Their endorsement by the Australian government, by other councils, universities, etc., seemed to gel well with what we were doing, and I thought in the spirit of what those young people were trying to achieve by raising their attention to us as individuals, councillors, I thought we could raise it with the community as a whole.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Are there any questions of Councillor Hutton in relation to this notice of motion? Councillor Mather?
Mr. Chairman, I think United Nations is an area that I've got my doubts in some regard. Some of the things they're doing, some of the things they're endorsing, I do have my concerns. I'd like to be able to support it, but unfortunately I can't. It all looks good like this, a lot of these goals here. I could say we lack enough information on them, and that's what I'm saying. Do we need to go out and look for this information and supporting these comments? I don't know. I don't want to see us put more resources on something that really we don't have a lot of substance on. We don't have a lot of enforcement on. They sound good, but I'm just asking the CEO that is this something that we can actually justifiably follow through on?
Councillor, through the chair, one of those issues which I delegate back up to you as the political body to make that decision on.
Okay, any other questions of Councillor Hutton or Councillor Bella?
Yes, to Councillor Hutton there. I guess in what's being presented there, does Councillor, do you feel as if the students perhaps think that is lacking within, say, Australia's system of government, or the values that underpin our constitution, and so is it something there that they believe is not actively or forthrightly enough being promoted or endorsed, and that we're lacking in some way?
From the 3 particular students where they asked for an action, each of them related to an individual goal, and it was them seeking to see some movement, some progression towards achievement of that goal. And obviously at a local government level, I know for one of them, one of the young ladies was asking around the provision of sanitary products and things in public bathrooms, and admittedly at that stage I said, well, I'm not sure that that's something that council's able to afford or sustain, but you could see that their desire was not necessarily around that project, but around the outcome, around the goal, which was gender equality and providing health, good health. And so I thought those are quite lofty ambitions, and I can understand, and yeah, so I suppose that's probably the answer.
Thanks, Councillor Hutton and Councillor Bella. Any other questions of Councillor Hutton before we go to debate? Okay, so Councillor Hutton, you're moving on this one?
Yes, please.
Can I get a seconder, please? Okay, Councillor Bella is seconding. Okay, so Councillor Hutton, did you wish to speak to the report?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor. Only to state that the desires and ambitions of these goals sit well with Council's corporate plan, they sit well with the Livingstone Community 2050 plan, and to be with such lofty partners as Anglicare, Australia Post, the Australian Institute of Company Directors, the Australian Human Rights Commission, the Australian Department of Education and Training, BHP, CBM Australia, the Commonwealth Bank, the City of Melbourne, CSIRO, Deakin University, Glencore, I don't believe in adopting these that we're trying to say that we're going to, at a macro level, achieve huge change in any one of these goals, but rather that we accept that these goals that have been adopted by the Australian government are something that we can all do a small part towards. And I think that we'll find from just the motions that we approved this morning from the Reef Guardian Council program of what Council's going to do, it's going to work towards actually, life below water. That's going to fit perfectly. That's something that we can say, well, we're actually working towards the United Nations goal around life below water because of what we're doing in the Reef Guardian program. Should we adopt action in other places, we'll find there's alignment there. I'm not looking to add further burden, but simply where it's applicable or where it's appropriate to actually acknowledge that the contributions that we're making at this small micro level actually do have a positive consequence at the macro level.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Is anyone speaking against the notice of motion? Anyone for? Would like to speak for it?
Certainly, thank you through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Hutton and councillors. Just looking through all of these goals, Livingstone, as a localised entity, are already doing really nearly all of them. No poverty. We have volunteers that go out every Thursday at Vinnie's and hand out food. Zero hunger. There's always food vouchers from the Community Development Centre and wonderful organisations such as Food Relief. Thank you. Good health and well-being. We are filled with gyms and beautiful places to walk, quality education, gender equality. Australia has passed a referendum for marriage equality. Clean water and sanitation, need I say more, with best tasting water in Queensland. Affordable and clean energy, decent work and environment growth, industry, innovation, infrastructure, reduced inequality. Sustainable cities and communities. This is what we're already doing. Responsible consumption and production. Council are trying their very best to be responsible. This morning we passed the Reef Guardian and also the Carbon Strategy 2030. Climate action, once again, life below water. All of these things we're doing. So as long as it's not going to be work intensive for our officers, they already should sit under our 2050 plan. And I would encourage those that are around school-aged children to actually talk about our 2050 plan and let them know that the United Nations sustainability goals are well within what we're already doing. I will endorse this today, but I do hope that our officers don't need to the added burden of extra work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone wish to speak against? Anyone speaking for? Councillor Eastwood.
Sorry. Look, these goals are great, and I hope they're things that we're already working towards in the 2050, and also just in not only in council's life but in our own life. I mean, my only problem is endorsing something from the UN, but apart from that, it's got my backing.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Bello, did you wish to make a comment?
Yeah, I would like to. And I found, thank you, Councillor Hutton, for the motion. I found myself looking for every reason why not to support this initially. I did a bit of research online. I had correspondence in relation to Agenda 21 by the year 2030, which supposedly the UN were pushing for hard, which is quite confronting. However, the research I did didn't validate that. And for those of you who are not familiar with Agenda 21, it goes into the threat that the UN supposedly are pushing for elimination of private ownership, one world government, one world banks, all that sort of stuff. I couldn't find any evidence of that within the research that I did. So I do share a certain amount of hesitation with the United Nations. But I guess for me, in responding to those students who have requested of this, I would welcome the chance to reply to them and say, yes, this council supports these elements, these values and values. However, I sort of put a caveat under that. As part of that, though, it's really the interpretation of climate change and what actually is it, and then it's the application, and that for me is where the debate really is. It's not about do we support these things or not? It's do we support the diversity that allows somebody to say, well, why don't we invite this scientist here to our council to tell us why she thinks the Great Barrier Reef is in fantastic condition, is not threatened by a whole range of supposed threats as much as what the current science is saying. Are we prepared for that? Are we robust enough and mature enough to say, yeah, we're okay for that to happen? That's where I believe that we become better as a society and a community. So, and that's where I'd like the conversation to extend with the students of the Yeppoon High and reward their interest in their community, and at the same time be prepared perhaps to challenge them on some of their ideals that they currently have, but recognise that that's the most healthiest thing we can do as leaders and as a community in a democratic society. So that's all I've got to say about that.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Councillor Mather speaking again.
Just very briefly, Mr Mayor. All the comments here are good today, and thank you for the member who put it up. As I said before, the United Nations is an organisation that I look at with one eye sometimes because of some of the things that they do endorse. The students who put this request, I wonder how much they know about the Charter of the United Nations, what their charter actually is, who their contacts are, who they advocate to primarily. Because, let's face it, these main players worldwide, these are worldwide players. They're not out there on their own waving the flag, help us, help us. These are countries from all across the world. What we have here satisfies us. We've done all the right things in our backyard. What these people are looking at is to doing it across the world. I don't know how much energy the CEOs and staff would have to be able to help in those lines. But we've got to remember that a lot of these students may not know, and I certainly don't have all the answers to what the background is for the United Nations, but I like the World Health Organization. When you start looking at who their contacts are, you start to think, oh God, this isn't good. So I'd like to support it, but I think in the interest of not having the right information at my disposal, and certainly what I already know, I'm just very cautious. That's all, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Does anyone else wish to speak to the motion? Okay, councillors, we've got a mover and a seconder. We'll go to the vote. Oh, sorry, Councillor Hutton, you wish to sum up?
I just want to thank the councillors for the time that they've taken here today to discuss this in such in a deliberate way that allows for anyone who's watching and for these young people to see that they've been taken seriously, that they're understood, and really, as Councillor Friend kind of highlighted, that our council can tip its hat that in every one of these spaces there are work that we already do that can be marked off. Now, whether today we adopt these as, whether today we endorse these goals or not, I think we still can take great credit in the fact that we have got things in every one of these fields that we can demonstrate that we're doing right now that make a difference in our community. And educating our young people around that's a really powerful message that we've been able to send through the conversation that we've had here today. So I thank the councillors and acknowledge that the Livingstone 2050 Community Plan, which is the document that I hang my hat on, and I'm incredibly proud of the contributions we had from the community, has driven and reminds us again and again of the balance that our community desires between wants and needs and growth and environment, and a lot of the work fits in there. So if we do not decide to endorse these, know that the Livingstone Community Plan provides for and demonstrates how we really are undertaking and accept the aspiration and the dreams of these young people, and if the case is that we do endorse them, knowing that this is a chance for us to tip our hat and get some recognition for the things that we're already doing.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Okay, councillors, we'll go to the vote on this one. So we've got a mover in Councillor Hutton, a seconder in Councillor Bello. So all in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4. Those against? Okay, carried. 13.8. Again, Councillor Hutton, recreational fishing in Livingstone. So I'll go to you to speak to your report, Councillor, and I'll go to questions.
The background to this, Mr Mayor, is, as we'll all be aware, there is a continuing need for boating infrastructure on the Capricorn Coast. It's something that has been parleyed around between state election to council elections. one of the things that has always concerned me is that while we've been quick to designate a solution that we're not looking forward to, or that the community in Emu Park weren't looking forward to in terms of the access off Fisherman's Beach, we've then not really advanced. And one of the things that I had hoped some 2 years ago is to, in fact, I used these exact same words 2 years ago in conversations with the former mayor around saying, well, hey, if the next step is that we need to do something else, what is that something else? And unfortunately, we never got there. We never got the chance to progress that. And I felt that knowing that we've missed the mark for the state election that's coming, and we have 4 years now before the next state election, so we have a chance to influence whoever the government is next week, but we also have a chance to get all our ducks in a row for federal election in 2 years' time and for a state election in 4 years' time. I just feel that undertaking this review, and I am conscious of the demands we're making on officers, and you'll note that that's why none of these motions have had requirements saying, hey, it needs to be back by December, or it needs to be back by February, because everything is timing, and it's about the prioritisation of the everyday work versus some of this more strategic, higher level stuff. I think it's a body of work that'd be worthwhile for us to investigate for and to drive forward. I apologise, Mr Mayor, I'll take that I spoke to my motion instead of backgrounding only.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Are there any questions of Councillor Hutton in relation to this notice of motion? Secondly, Councillor Eastwood. Okay, so we've got a mover in Councillor Hutton. Yep. Okay, so mover in Councillor Hutton, a seconder in Councillor Eastwood. Okay, so debate is now live. Councillor Hutton, did you want to?
I've taken enough spoke.
Okay, and you reserve the right to sum up at the end. Okay. All right. Anyone speaking against this notice of motion?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'll speak against this notice of motion only because I feel once again that this is not necessarily a council issue to become heavily involved with. The Department of Fisheries, the Department of Natural Resource of Mines, these are state government departments. The information centre, every fish and tackle shop that you go to, and obviously any marine shop or business would have the information in relation to where you can fish, what type of fish you can catch or have to throw back, where the green zones are. So I'm against it because I can't see the benefit in council doing this because I don't believe it is council, but that's in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Is anyone speaking for it? Councillor Eastwood?
I'd love to speak for it, Mr Mayor. Recreational fishing in Livingstone. What a lucky place we're to live, and with great opportunities to fish. And this isn't really about what fish you can catch, it's more about where you can catch it and how you can get to those places. I believe that we have a real problem within our shire when it comes to demarcation. We had this happen recently down at Ross Creek there. All over Facebook, council was being bagged in relation to not dredging the creek, and well, this is Fig Tree Creek where the ramp is, and anyway, it appears that it wasn't our responsibility, and this is where something like this would work really, really well. So if we can get proper demarcations of who's responsible for what can be fixed, then we're going to be heading in the right direction. In the end, I think these guys ended up getting down there on low tide and shoveling it out themselves, which clearly isn't a great way for us to look, even though it wasn't our responsibility. But if we could have gone forward and even pressured the local department, whatever it was, I can't remember who it was, it would have pushed that in the right direction for a better result. And I think that we need to make sure that all recreational fishers in this area are heard. You know, like so far they haven't got what they wanted at Emu Park, but that doesn't mean there aren't other alternatives, or even that Emu Park might go ahead in the future. I don't know, but the thing is, we need to make sure that they have the opportunity, that we have an opportunity to see what's available, who's responsible, and to put it out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Councillors, I'm going to speak against this, and I'd like to first of all thank Councillor Hutton for bringing this one to the table. I think it's a poignant issue at this juncture. The reason I'm actually not supporting it is not because I don't support recreational fishing. It is because I do support commercial fishing. And we had a significant fleet of commercial trawlers, scallop boats, and everything here many, many years ago, a very significant fleet. And over the years, this has been decimated by state government policy. And so to actually single out recreational fishing without inclusion having a review on commercial fishing, I just won't support it on that basis. Anyone speaking for the motion?
No, against Mr.
All right, we'll go to fours first, Councillor. Okay, no further. Councillor Mather?
I'm not too sure, Mr. Mayor, what strategies we're looking for. Perhaps the good councillor explained that earlier, but people fish where they want to fish, whether they've got a tinny or whether they've got a line, or they just want a boat out there and drop it in the ocean somewhere. If I don't know how many of you know that we were looking for another area on the Capricorn coast where boaties, and I don't know the figures, but they're significant, and the dollars that come from the registrations alone are significant. And only, I think, 30%, 25, 30%, I was told yesterday, come from the boaties, and the rest of it goes elsewhere into consolidated revenue. So that the government does quite well, thank you. But back in those days, and not too far back, we had council officers, we had state officers, and we had councillors, one of which I was, involved in a committee that actually dealt with, I think it was 9 sites on the southern part of the Capricorn coast to find a suitable place for a new boat ramp. Because, let's face it, Roslyn Bay was overcrowded. Putting a pontoon or upgrading the ramp there is not the answer. There are no car parks. Everybody gets booked and they hate us. But we have a job to do too, but the state government does have a part to play. And when, as the Mayor said, when we're looking at recreation or whether we're looking at commercial, it's all fishing, and they play a very major part in the tourist industry, in the income for families here, and in our tourist representation. We haven't found, we went through all of those, I think it was 9 sites. They all had something right and wrong with them. And the last one they came to was Emu Park, but obviously there's political bipolarism there, and that didn't eventuate. But the problem's still there. But I think, yes, we need to have a look at the whole thing, but I think we need to deal with the state on this one and let the state recognise that we've got a problem here. Is this, we've got the demand, but we don't have the facilities that have been identified. And I think this is something that we can be taking up with the new state government, whichever one it is, to find a way forward. Because, as you say, we had a very lucrative fishing and commercial fishing operation here. And when the government started taking in leases and buying back licences, that's when it all died off. And that's the sad part, because they've killed the golden goose.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Is there any further discussion on this notice of motion, councillors?
Yeah, I'll speak to the motion, Mr Chair, on a couple of fronts, but primarily towards number 2 there, to advance the creation of a recreational fishing development strategy, which to me would be an opportunity over time to fully appreciate and promote and capitalise on the wonderful recreational activity of fishing within the Capricorn Coast region and the Keppels. It's extremely popular, and I think it's something that the local government can have a say in, whereas the point on the private, on the commercial operators is more a state issue, most definitely. But in terms of private governance around local fishing, it could be an ability, for example, to see more facilities like I've had several calls recently about having filleting boards or stainless filleting boards with taps on them at our boat ramps or our popular fishing spots. That may be something that comes from a fishing strategy recreationally, and it would be well received by the public. We know that Rockhampton is extremely proactive in this space with their Barra Bounty and is enjoying a lot of success there. So that may be something that we can identify as part of this strategy, that the potential for partnerships with Rockhampton there to increase further. So on those grounds, providing we're not expecting the organisation to do it tomorrow and it's done in an acceptable time frame, which we would obviously entrust with the CEO to do it at their discretion, then I'm prepared to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Councillor Hutton, did you wish to sum up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. You eat an elephant one bite at a time. Councillor Mather hit the nail on the head when she said that we're looking for big investment, for big change, and that it requires some heavy thinking beforehand. The commission or the committee that she was on was prior to the existence of Livingstone, and in that, since Livingstone has returned, there has been a demonstration that Emu Park was the chosen site. There's been a survey of the community with the outcome being that the current state government said that they will not go against the wishes of the Emu Park community in the response to that survey, which still leaves our community with a deficit or a need for further fishing facilities. Now, in response to that, there has been funding spent in the last 5 years on fishing facilities, but it has been ad hoc, and particularly in Livingstone Shire, it's been where can they make minor improvements or improvements to existing facilities. In Rockhampton, where they had a recreational fishing development strategy which set out their marine infrastructure plans and their needs, that set out opportunities for business development, including the Barra and support plan, which set out about how they market and promote fishing in their area, how they look at fisheries management and freshwater and estuary ecology plans. They were able to take one bite at a time until they got to the stage where they'd actually achieved the majority of their infrastructure requests from their first plan that was based on community feedback, so much so that they were ready to go back out and look again and say, okay, so we got the platforms that you asked for here, or we got the changes that you wanted to these fishing spots. What do we do next? Livingstone prides itself on being strategic, both in the way that we set out our capital program and how we adhere to a budget. We should also be strategic in the way that we request and seek funds from state and federal government to do projects in our patch. A recreational fishing development strategy would support that. And that's why it's about a consultation process for that, because I'm not a fisherman, I don't know the answer, but I know that there are surely things that we can do to promote and fix, and it may be some of those that Councillor Bello suggested. When it comes to the big fish that we really want to fry in terms of finding a second location, because we do know the data, the Southern Boat Ramp crew have told us again and again about the number of registrations in Central Queensland for those people and the fees that they're paying to have access and rights to boating. There's a need that at the moment's unfulfilled. I'm not seeking to think that we have all the answers, but if we do a literature review which allows us to bring together the available reports, the one from the state governments that looks at the locations, the ones from the community action groups down there, the ones that come together both, I imagine would also probably collect things from the No Boat Ramp at Emu Park group, because all of that information is really important, because if you speak to a lot of them, they talk about places where they think that it might be the right spot. If we're looking for that investment of $20 million, $40 million, whatever, it's not going to be able to be ad hoc. It's going to be strategic, and it takes time. And that's where I hope that our actions in adopting these two may put us on that course, because I think, you know, the status quo exists until someone takes the first step.
All right, thank you, Councillor Hutton. So we have a mover and a seconder for this notice of motion resolution, councillor, so I'll go to the vote on this. Those in favour? Those against? Motion is carried. Okay, moving on to... Sure. Moving on to 13.9, a notice of motion from Councillor Mather in relation to a water connection in Alfred Street. So, Councillor Mather, I'll get you to speak to your report and then we'll go to questions. the motion actually... Okay, but I mean, ultimately, if you could just give us some background on the... Yeah.
Sorry, bad habits die hard. Sandy Small is a lady who lives on a very short road, which is, I consider it a spur of the scenic highway at Kinga Beach. She's lived there for many, many, many years, as long as I could remember. And she has a disability, a serious disability. And she has been promised both by council officers and by developers around that time, surrounding her over time, that water's coming. She doesn't have sewage, she doesn't have water. And now she finds that there is no water coming. There is no development coming. And it looks, and despite her many requests of council, discussions and correspondence that have come in over those years, nothing has eventuated and she's just at the end of her tether. So I'd just like the officers, if they would, they know all about it, and given the history of the water mains these days, they know where they are, and it wouldn't take a great deal of trouble to identify whether it can be done, and if so, what it would cost. So I'm saying, let's give her some conclusion to say, look, we can tell you what the situation is. It's either going to fly or it's not. Or it's going to fly, this is what it's going to cost you. But she was looking for some assistance in being able to pay back. Like she's a single mother. She's been there a long time. I don't know if anybody knows her, but she's a nice lady, and she doesn't ask for anything. I never hear from her otherwise. But I think it's something that we owe it. If we're looking at propping up the United Nations, let's start at Kinka Beach.
All right, thank you, Councillor Mather. Are there any questions of Councillor Mather in relation to the report? Councillor
Yes,
Friend?
thank you, Councillor Mather. Has this lovely lady undertaken a private works quote through the Water Department to find out how much it's going to cost to actually get the water into her premises?
I don't know, but she has just spoken with officers over time, contacted council. So whether they've directed her to that line of questioning, I don't know.
Okay.
I think if we find out what correspondence has taken place.
Councillors, I can answer that question. Yes, she has been provided quotes over the years, including as far back as from FRW when we still amalgamated.
So thank you, Mr. Acting CEO. So my next question is this notice of motion to help assist in making an arrangement for her to help pay that off?
To investigate what it would take and what sort of money would be involved, if it can be done, number one, and what it would cost. Yeah, and I'd leave it in the officer's hands and her hands after that. Just we know it can be done. Anything can be done. I've seen us extend water lines to cattle properties so the cows can drink out of it. But we've got to consider people who have problems, physical difficulties of their own, that we've got to help those people who are not strong enough to fight for themselves.
So thank you very much, if I may, through you, Mr. Mayor. So the acting CEO has just said that she's had multiple quotes, so that means that it can be done and it will cost money. So what we're asking here is to help her make an arrangement to pay off the quote. Is that right?
Well, I need to make sure that the status quo is still current. I mean, there may not, like I said, there may not be much effort involved if it's already been done. I haven't had access to the correspondence. I haven't gone after that. But I think she did write to us all a little while back, and I responded, and I think that was the only one she got. I don't know if you all received anything, but she seemed to think she goes under the radar a lot.
One further question through the chair to the acting CEO. On your programs that you can see there, can you see when the last private works quote was issued to the customer?
No, through the chair. The last correspondence was in, well, I'm looking at a piece of correspondence from February this year, but when the last quote was provided, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, and I wouldn't have access to that immediately.
Just a question to the CEO through you, Mr. Mayor. Am I right to believe, I'm picturing this property and it's not that far from where we had a recent DA application?
Through the chair, it's in the vicinity of that, yes.
Would that make a difference? If that,
I'm not in a position to be able to answer that question. You'd have to see where the infrastructure was proposed for that development and where the infrastructure is for this one.
Thank you.
Basically, Mr. Mayor, when I say investigate, I know that there has been an approval up there. Whether that goes ahead or not, I'm not too sure, but all of those things are taken into consideration to bring us up to date with what's available.
All right, thank you, Councillor Mather. All right, so Councillor Mather, you're moving this recommendation? Yes. Okay, can I get a seconder from the table floor, please? Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Okay, so we're in live debate. So Councillor Mather, did you wish to speak to it again or reserve your right at the end?
I believe that's necessary, Mr. Mayor.
I'll come back to you to sum up at the end then.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Anyone speaking against the recommendation? Okay, would someone like to speak in support of it? Councillor Eastwood?
I don't know, just in relation to that it is a right to clean water, and I just think that since we've passed these United Nations things earlier, I think that this is a really good place to really prove that we mean action.
All right, thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Friend?
I'll speak in the affirmative, because I think that if this lady is in need of assistance by council officers to fill in another private works quote and then to look at paying it off or making an arrangement, I would certainly support that for her, especially if the infrastructure is not too far from the main trunk, and if there's another development going in nearby, then certainly if it was miles away, that would be another story, but if it's quite close, I think we can look at doing that, so I'll support this.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Does anyone else wish to speak to the proposed motion? All right, I too will be supporting it on the basis of it is an investigation. A report will come back to the table, and we'll obviously be able to look at the recommendations and costings from that point onwards. So happy to support it as well. So we'll go to the vote on this. Councillor Mather, do you want to sum up?
Very briefly, Mr. Mayor. Just to let council know, and some councillors may not be aware, but this is not an unusual request, but it is for me. I am aware that at, is it Reef Street, down at Zilsey, the backyards or the front yards were almost washed away, and the council put up a revetment wall there to protect the homes. And over, I don't know how many years, 20 years, a long time, that those people pay us back. I know Narimbra didn't have water. We did the same thing for them. I know Bangalee didn't have water. We did the same thing for them. It's not unusual. We act as a bank of virtually. It's not a major project, but it is something that would mean a whole lot to the quality of life for one person who really has her own problems as it is. Thanks, members.
All right, councillors, we've got a mover in Councillor Mather, a seconder in Councillor Eastwood. We'll go to the vote on this one. All in favour? Those against? Carried. 13.10. We have a notice of motion from Councillor Friend in relation to launching of vessels. So, Councillor Friend, I'll get you to speak to this with some background. We'll go to questions following that, and then we'll go to debate.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've submitted this notice of motion because I was approached by many Emu Park residents, and I visited the Emu Park boat ramp at Fisherman's Beach, Hill Street. This is under my portfolio of local law, or all the bylaws. So what was happening is a lot of people who don't have a boat trailer and love to kayak, or they have little tinnies, especially the travellers and the tourists that attend our towns and drop in and stay at Emu Park, and then they want to take their tinny or their kayak onto the beach and to have a fun time within our region. But the local law currently states that these vessels must be contained within a trailer, a boat trailer. Now, after speaking with the officers within this department, they were very happy for me to submit this notice of motion because, quite frankly, they personally perhaps don't even like to infringe a lot of people over this. People drop off their kayaks and then they drive back off the beach and then they go and they have a fun time kayaking. So whilst I was there, there was a number of vessels and they did just that. Drove onto the beach, dropped off their small vessel and then drove back up into the car park again. Unfortunately, if there was a local law officer there under our current bylaw, which is local law number 4, schedule 2.11c, it currently states attached to a trailer and the driver of the motor vehicle is using a boat ramp on the area to launch or retrieve a trailable vessel from the trailer. What we're wanting to amend the local law to is the driver of a motor vehicle is using a boat ramp on the area to launch or retrieve a vessel, which would then enable these people who are just dropping by Emu Park, dropping past our boat ramps to be able to drop their tinny off and not be fined. So it's an amendment to the local law and I'm very happy to lay this on the table. Not lay it on the table. I'm very happy to commend it to the table.
Thank you. That's twice, Councillor Friend.
Well, I was actually going to ask if we could suspend counselling orders and just have a little bit of discussion about this because I think I've got a couple of things to add.
So you're asking for a procedural motion to suspend standing orders? Okay. Okay, so Councillor Eastwood has moved to suspend standing orders. So all in favour? Okay. We're now in suspension.
Excellent.
Over to you, Councillor.
Look, this is a really common sense amendment, but one thing that there's been a lot of talk about Emu Park here, whereas I believe that this same bylaw, and I'm hoping this same bylaw would affect other places like Haven Beach, London Beach, which all have the same, probably don't have as many people use it, but would have the same problems. And so we need to make sure that it goes across all areas within our shire and not just to the Emu Park.
Certainly. Councillor Eastwood, this is a bylaw, so changing the words of the bylaw doesn't change it just for one location. Thank you.
Okay, so you happy to resume standing orders, Councillor? Yep.
Thanks. Through the chair, I believe that the definition of vessel already exists, not necessarily in the local law, but it's in legislation. That's only what I believe from a discussion I had. I haven't seen it for myself. I didn't go looking for that as such. So no, I don't know whether it's necessary to go to that, to go beyond what we already have in the local law.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, a further question. I fully support, and even if maybe two questions. Firstly is, I know that in previous correspondence around something to do with dogs, that we had been told that there was going to be a review of the bylaws in this calendar year, or that was progressing. Would this be, knowing that the consultation process is quite arduous, would this amendment be considered as part of that? And secondly, if that is the case, is there a mechanism for us to suspend this while that process is occurring?
There's no mechanism just to suspend part of the local law, so I would suggest you just run it in parallel. So go, if this is what councillors choose to do, we'll progress the amendment whilst at the same time undertaking the review of all local laws.
Through you, Mr Mayor.
That bylaw doesn't say that you need to amend it to say, including people's servicing vessels.
Yes, that's what I was just going to say. Thank you very much, Mr Watson. I was going to see if we can get an amendment stating the driver of the motor vehicle is using a boat ramp on the area to launch or retrieve a vessel and to service vessels. Is that possible? Retrieve or service.
If I may, councillors, can I suggest if you're going to do that, you use the word supply? Because if you use the word service, somebody will start servicing a vehicle on the beach. And quite frankly, from an environmental point of view, I will not.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I'm happy with supply. Yeah. Or supply a vessel. Retrieve, launch, retrieve, or
So we have an amendment, councillors. Does everyone understand the amendment? Okay. All right. Okay, now we haven't got a mover or a seconder on this one yet. We do have an amended motion.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, can I just get just a clarification as to how the process works for this? So obviously today we'll vote on this with the intention of, trailable, still a very odd word. But anyway, we'll move a motion today saying that this is our intention, our desire. What's the process that this local law go through to become enacted?
The process for this is then to do a report which will go through the state interests with the state, obviously being state interests. Then it goes on public notification. Then at the end of that, another report comes to council, and then it gets enacted that way. So it's not a couple of week process. It is a.
Well, we have a mover for the amended motion, and we're now looking for a seconder. Yeah, Councillor Bello is not.
Yeah, we have to come out of suspended session.
Yeah, we got to do that. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so.
Mayor, we don't need it.
Sorry, can we not have everyone talk, please, at the same time?
Mr Mayor, we don't need an amended motion if all members are happy to make adjustments to the wording.
No, we do have an amended motion because it's different from the original one, Councillor. Yeah. So we need to come out of, we need to resume standing orders. I'm sorry, so everyone's done with their questions? Right, okay, so can I have a mover to come out of, I'll go back into standing orders. Thank you. Councillor Mather? All right. Who's running this meeting, Councillor? So we have now an amended motion here. So that pursuant to section 219.1 subsection, where are you going, Justine? Right, okay, so we're looking at the right one. That the driver of the motor vehicle is using a boat ramp on the area to launch, retrieve or supply a vessel. Or supply.
Councillors, supply is supply.
That's right. Doesn't matter whether it's resupply or supply. Okay, so we have a mover in Councillor Friend, a seconder in Councillor Bello. So, does anyone wish to, Councillor Friend, do you wish to speak to this now, the amended motion? I think it goes to the intent as well, I think.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I'm very happy to move this motion on behalf of all those that love water sports and don't have a boat trailer to use, but certainly have a ute or another vehicle to take their vessel down to the water. This is going to really help all of those that visit our region and those that need to supply and resupply vessels from the beach. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Is anyone wishing to speak against the proposed resolution? Okay. I'll just speak briefly for it. I think it's a victory for common sense in this one. There's been a thorn on the side for a number of years. I'm just sorry that it's going to take so long to follow due process to get this enacted. but that's beyond our control. So does anyone else wish to speak to the resolution?
Just all I'm saying, Mr. Mayor, that it would do a lot to enhance the tranquility of Mr. Ruskin, who's been advocating this for some time.
Councillor Eastwood?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, in summary, it utilised the practice of having to carry large stand-up paddleboards, etc., down to the beach. This would be just be very handy for anybody actually that wants that livability and usage of their water sports equipment. It is a common sense approach, and I'm really pleased that we've been able to overturn what is kind of there's been a draconian bylaw.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Does anyone else wish to speak to the resolution? Okay, councillors, we have a mover and a seconder in Councillor Friend and Bello respectively. So we'll go to the vote on this one. All in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you, Councillor Friend, for bringing that one to the table. It's very worthy. 1311, Councillors, notice of motion from Councillor Friend again. Handrails located in disabled amenities. Councillor Friend, we'll go to you to introduce your notice of motion, and we'll go to questions afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, before I start, I would like to make a public apology to Councillor Eastwood, as this is under his portfolio and I did not consult him before I entered this notice of motion. I was approached numerous times through campaign and after campaign by the Yeppoon Stroke Support Group, who just kept telling me that there is not enough either right or left handrails in the disabled toilets. I looked into it a little bit further and found out that people who have a stroke, it may affect their left and or their right side of the brain, which means their left or right side of their body may not work as it used to. And often in disabled toilets, depending on the toilet we go into, or we shouldn't, but because we should leave that free, we may have the handrail on the left-hand side or handrail on the right-hand side. And often these people do need their carers to go with them because it's often on the same side that that they've had this stroke and they can't use that side of their body. So I've placed this notice of motion in so that council officers can supply a report to councillors for consideration pertaining to the costs and options for the installation of both right and left handrails located in all of council-owned public disabled toilets and amenities. And also that council officers provide a list of disabled toilets and amenities within our Livingstone Shire that may only have one or left right hand rail. And I'm hoping that this can certainly be considered in our future budgetary talks, but right now we're just asking for the report to come back. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Friend. Are there any questions of Councillor Friend in relation to this notice of motion?
No, Mr. Mayor, but I am happy to second this as the portfolio holder.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Lynch.
Just a quick question, probably more in regards to health and safety. With disabled toilets, they're normally open spaces. Is that correct? Is that like a safeguard? Should someone have an accident and fall off the toilet, that they've got space to fall down? I just don't know. Like, I'm all for it, but I just wondered in regards to health and safety, is there a reason they're built a certain way with one handrail?
Very good question through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Lynch. I cannot answer that because I'm not a health and safety officer. But what the Yeppoon Stroke Group support group are wanting is a smaller rail that still leaves not a rail right next to the toilet, but somewhere that they can hold on to the side of either or side. That's all I can tell you. But certainly council officers who are experts in this area will be able to let us know more about that.
If I could, through the chair, the report will come back, will identify some of the issues associated with it. You can get solutions which are drop-down rails. So again, because these toilets have to be accessible to everybody. So you suddenly build something which has these permanent fixtures in place, and if you're in a wheelchair, they start to be an impediment. So there are options available that normally are folded up or against the wall and then just drop down at the time. But those things will be part of any report that will come to council.
All right, thank you, Mr. Acting CEO. Okay, are there any other questions of Councillor Friend in relation to this notice of motion?
Yeah, look, just probably my question to the CEO, and probably for advice here, I would imagine that it would not so much be optional, but there'd be a standard that councils would need to provide to make those toilets compliant with codes, and by virtue of it being deemed a disabled toilet, it's required to come up to a certain standard and have the elements that are. Now, I'm all for going above and beyond that, but it would really it would disturb me if we had disabled toilets that were not compliant. And if we haven't, then it would not so much require a report, but I would hope that they just be done without the need to come back and say, hey, we've got 6 ones that don't have the. So I'm probably looking for.
So the facilities currently comply with the Australian standards and the building code with respect to universal access requirements. This would be something which is probably, well not is, probably is above and beyond those standards. So that's why I'll come to council to look at and have that discussion.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, Councillor Bello. Any other questions? All right, so Councillor Friend, I'm assuming you're going to move this particular recommendation. Can I get a seconder for this, please? Councillor Eastwood, thank you. Portfolio holder, and we'll go to debate on this. Councillor Friend, did you wish to speak to it any further?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I think I've said enough in relation to the why, the background, and what's expected within the motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Friend. We'll come back to you at the end to sum up. Anyone speaking against the resolution? No. Councillor Eastwood, would you like to speak to it?
Oh, just briefly, Mr. Mayor. Again, this is a step in the right direction for our community, for those that are less able in our community. And again, it endorses the UN outcomes. I just think it's a really good way to go.
Thanks, Councillor Eastwood. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Okay, so I'll go to Councillor Friend to sum up.
Thank you. I'm fine, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so we have a mover in Councillor Friend, a seconder in Councillor Eastwood. We'll go to the vote. Councillors, all in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you very much. We're on to item 13.12, which is a notice of motion put forward by myself. Councillors, this came about recently because I was approached by the Vice-Chancellor of Central Queensland University to provide a signature, an electronic signature and support to his submission to the state government for the establishment of a new TAFE facility within Rockhampton. Now, as much as I 1000% support the development and establishment of a new TAFE facility in Rockhampton, I felt constrained by the fact that I did not have a council delegation to support that on behalf of council. And so I declined to provide my signature, and basically the submission went off without it. Now, what sort of prompted me to write this particular report was I'm aware that a neighbouring council mayor did do such, and I'm just sort of now somewhat perplexed. Now, I understand that, please understand that I will never release my electronic signature to anybody for any cause, but it is noteworthy, I guess, that the question around providing support for projects like this using the term councillor still remains. Now, obviously, we can all provide support to things as individuals, but as soon as you put the tag councillor on it, it opens up a can of worms. So I'm just seeking that, as part of this notice of motion, that a policy be developed outlining where it's appropriate for councillors to provide written support for projects, initiatives and submissions, and on what occasions council electronic signatures may be provided to external parties, with the caveat on that last bit that there probably is no circumstance where that's appropriate. Happy to entertain questions, councillors.
Question, Mr Mayor. Just a thought. I don't see why the councillors here would need one.
Would need what, councillor?
Electronic signature.
No,
We
the
shouldn't need one.
generally speaking, it's just my signature that's held electronically, and I guess you know, as I'm very protective of it, and it's highly unlikely I'll ever give it out.
Is that what they were expecting you to do? Is that what the Vice-Chancellor was
Yeah,
expecting?
he requested a copy of my electronic signature to put on the documentation he was sending
You're
off
right,
to
you
the
did
state.
you did the right thing. What did you do? Have you got?
Yes, I'm just looking up here risks of providing electronic signatures, just to focus on that for a little bit. And I'm probably looking at the CEO. Is there any legal advice in terms of that the organisation could provide, you know, from a risk perspective, given that electronic signature is something that you send yourself through an email, and unless that email's been sent and somebody manages to copy your electronic signature, is that not traceable to prove the source of that, I guess?
There's no specific legal advice that this organisation's received on that. No. And it's probably something we might have a discussion with LGAQ about, given that I guess the use of electronic is becoming far more prevalent. So too is electronic fraud becoming more prevalent. So.
And councillors, I'll just emphasise that this was not a reflection on the Vice-Chancellor or his motivations behind this, which I'm absolutely positive were entirely honourable. But it just begged the question in my mind. First of all, what's the issue around electronic signatures? And then secondly, when are the circumstances when we can endorse something with the term councillor? So councillors, in the absence of councillor, right. So councillors, in the absence of further questions, I'll move this. I'll seek a seconder if someone's prepared to support it. Councillor Mather, thank you. I don't wish to speak to it any further, councillors. I've just, I guess, articulated the issue in my mind. So if anyone wishes to speak against it. Anyone wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Bell.
I'll certainly speak to it, because I believe it would be important for us to know what our role is in this, and what the boundaries are around it. I don't want to preempt what the outcome is going to be in the policy, but I would certainly hope that it encourages councillors to support endeavours, you know, whether it be not-for-profit requests, whether it be sporting clubs, whatever the case may be, and it's at the discernment of the councillors, I believe, to whether they're prepared to put their individual name and backing behind something. If the broader council has an issue with that, well, then they have the abilities within their standing orders to challenge that position of a councillor. But ultimately, I think it's imperative that we are able to be free and empowered to provide those signatures where we think that our values and principles support that initiative or that endeavour. Most of our votes on things are often not unanimous, so it wouldn't be unexpected for a difference of values towards different subjects, but that's vastly different than requiring a vote to see whether a councillor could put a support for a TAFE centre or something, for example. And in the event that we voted on it, a councillor could go out there and say, I respect that the table has voted against supporting, say, the TAFE centre. However, it was my opinion that I did support it, but I respect that the council doesn't support it. I mean, that would clarify each individual's position, but I look forward to this being developed just to provide those guidelines.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Of course, the issue for me personally was that the request was almost instantaneous. Can you send it to me this afternoon, please? So there's no opportunity to have a meeting of council to discuss it. or anything along those lines. So, and again, absolute respect to Vice Chancellor Nick Clont. I have a great deal of admiration and respect for him. It's not an issue that is his, it's ours. Yeah. So any other discussion in relation to this notice of motion, councillors? All right, so we have a mover and a seconder. We'll go to the vote. All in favour? Thank you. Those against? Carried. And last but certainly not least in the notices of motion, we have one from Councillor Mather in relation to a visit to Mount Charlton. So Councillor Mather, we'll go to you to provide some background on this, and then we'll go to questions and then debate.
This is just an ongoing issue, Mr Mayor, until we can have a full table inspection of the site so that we're all on the same page as far as what's expected, what we're looking forward to and what the costs may be down the track. There have been leaks, there continue to be leaks there, and we've had some repair done, one repair done internally with a full tank, and other areas continue to leak. And there is some question over what the future of the reservoir will be, and it causes me to put something before the table so that we all go out and have a look at it. Some of us have been out there, but everybody needs to see it so that we're all on the same page when it comes to making decisions.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Are there any questions of Councillor Mather before we go to debate?
Councillor Mather, would you prefer to wait for the other members to come in just in case they're passionate about going as well? Or okay, thank you.
Okay, councillors, so we have a recommendation before us. So we have a mover in Councillor Mather. Can I get a seconder for this one, please? Councillor Friend, thank you. So we'll go to the vote on Councillor Mather. Do you want to sum up on this one?
Not really, Mr Mayor. Just as the motion, as the resolution would read, it's for members to see firsthand what the condition of the reservoir is like, because of the recent repair work from inside the tank and the continual leakage from outside the tank. We'll need to be making further decisions of sorts not too far into the future once we've received the report from those repairs. So once we've got that, we'll know where we're going. But I know that it's first-hand information is the best information we could ever have, and that's what I think all members need to be on board with. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Okay, Councillors, we have a mover and a seconder, so we'll go to the vote on this. All in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you. All right, so before we go into confidential, councillors, to reiterate around notices of motion going forward, if you could do your fellow councillors, fellow portfolio holders the courtesy of discussing anything you want to bring in the way of a notice of motion that's in their area, that would be fantastic. And also, if we could just consider going forward when bringing notices of motion, the potential impact on the officers, that would be also very welcomed, I would think.
Mr Mayor, before we go into closed session, are you doing any urgent business?
We can do urgent business. Did you have something you wanted to raise, Councillor Mather?
It's not a life and death situation, Mr Mayor, but as we're putting feelers out to the public to come to us with your issues, tell us what you want, tell us what you know, tell us where we can help you. I had a resident provide me yesterday with a 7-page document that actually identifies in their eyes that there are inconsistencies with some of our animal management local laws. So I'd just like to table that, please, for now, and let the CEO peruse it and come back. Well, I was asked to do it at the meeting, Mr Mayor, because there's a long-standing debate on this one with some of the residents in the estates. So well, it's urgent for them, Mr. Well, I know under real terms it's not, like I said, not life and death, but because this is causing a great deal of angst over a period of time.
We'll accept it, Councillor Mather.
Yeah, I usually... Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying, Mr Mayor. Thank you very much.
We will go into confidential now. Have a lovely afternoon. Travel safely home. Yeah. And yeah, we'll have a. Can I have a procedural motion, please, for a quick 2-minute break? Thank you, councillors. All in. I'll move it. Yep.
Yeah, well, previous portfolio holder, but yes, I would like, Councillor Lynch, would you like to move it, Councillor Lynch? I would love to second it.
And Councillor Eastwood will second. Did you wish to speak to the motion?
Just briefly, Mr Mayor, after discussion around the table, we agree that the additional 200,000 to complete this project can make the project look very schmick, and that's what we're after, and we want to complete this project the utmost delivery to the Shire that will, it's just going to be a statement piece, and we want to complete it correctly and fully.
Yes, Mr Mayor, this is a fantastic project, and we've got a great arts community within our Shire. And this building is going to be around for a lot of years, and it's going to provide a lot of workshops and be a great place to display a lot of art craft. And I just think it's that to get it right the first time is the only way to go. So I'm just happy to second this, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. For the price of it, it'll want to be around for a few years, I reckon. So, councillors, Councillor Eastwood, Councillor Lynch and Councillor Eastwood have spoken to this. Does anyone else wish to make a comment in relation to the resolution? Okay, we'll go to the vote, councillors. So we have Councillor Lynch moving, Councillor Eastwood seconding. So all in favour? Those against? You voting against, Councillor? No. Oh, you went slowly. Okay, okay. Very slowly. That's indicative and suggestive, councillors. All right. Thank you very much, councillors. 16.3, the acquisition of land, and this the resolution is that council resolves to proceed in accordance with option 1 as detailed within the body of the report. So can I have a mover and a seconder for this? Thank you, Councillor Mather. Councillor Friend. Councillor Mather, did you wish to speak to this?
I think we've said it all. It's a major project. It's a major step forward for council. We've acquired a very strategic block of land in council's favour at a very reasonable price, and I'm sure that the public will be very happy once they see what actually transforms on that land.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Is anyone speaking against the resolution? Would anyone like to speak for it? Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm very, very pleased with our council's decision to look at this acquisition of land. It's a very exciting prospect, and it's going to take our whole community into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Would anyone else like to speak to the resolution? Okay, councillors, we'll go to the vote. We have a mover in Councillor Mather, seconder and Councillor Friend. All in favour? Those against? Carried. All right, councillors, this concludes our business for the day. Thank you to you for your attendance and the members of the gallery while they were here. Also to the members of our community viewing in on live stream. And we wish you a good afternoon and Godspeed.